If you can build an n8n workflow, you can now build a complete production-ready SaaS without ever touching a hosted site builder. So think about it. You've always had the power to build the engine with n8n, but until now, putting a body on that engine meant messy workarounds or paying for expensive platforms to host your front end. In this video, I'm going to show you an entirely new way. Using Claude Code to extend n8n, we'll take a single workflow and turn it into a complete social media content creation SaaS from scratch, step by step. That means a proper front end, user authentication, a database that you own, and real Stripe payments wired up correctly, all without relying on hosted site builders or just vibe coding your way through it. So this is a full start to finish course for anyone who wants to go from automation to application and turn a single workflow into something that you can actually sell. So grab a drink, get comfortable, and let's start building it out properly. So before we get started, I wanted to show you what you're going to end up with. We're going to use a pre-built n8n workflow that generates social media carousels like this and connect it up with a modern front end, complete with a landing page, a back-end dashboard, and functional buttons that activate and display data from our n8n workflow. We're going to set it up so it stores individual users' data separately in Supabase. So you could have the users log in, which means you can actually have multiple users paying for this app. We're also going to enable actual payments through connecting to Stripe webhooks. So if you did want to sell this as a product at the end, you absolutely could. And it's all going to be in line with the n8n usage license and completely built between a connection of Claude Code and n8n. Now, Claude Code itself isn't enough. If you're just using Claude Code and connecting it to n8n, you're effectively still vibe coding. And vibe coding is not going to be good enough here. It will mean lots of rework, wasted tokens and money, and hours spent debugging rather than focusing on actually the important stuff, which would be selling the application. What we need then is a framework to structure a comprehensive plan and maintain context throughout that plan and throughout the execution of that plan. So let me show you exactly the architecture that we're going to be building out before we start installing anything. So first up in the back end, we're going to have n8n, and this is just our choice of workflow automation platform that we know we can rely on. We know we've got a built out workflow that can generate those LinkedIn carousels. So we're going to take this pre-built workflow, which you have access to. And right now that workflow is operating between an Airtable database where we have buttons to generate draft posts. And that's actually generating then those LinkedIn carousels that we showed you just a minute ago. And you can see some examples of the kind of carousels and the consistency in the output that this n8n workflow is already producing. So if we've got something already working inside n8n and it's reliable and consistent, then actually there's no point in getting Claude Code to actually vibe code that stuff. We've already got this process that is consistent, reliable, and will run on repeat every time we click a button. But to turn this into something that's sellable, we're going to need a little bit more than n8n, and we're also going to need to detach it from Airtable because it's not a scalable solution to separate multiple users' data there. And to do that is where we introduce Claude Code. So if you've ever used ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini, you'll probably be quite familiar with an AI interface where you chat and ask questions and you receive a response back. And I saw a great analogy for how Claude Code differs to Claude itself. And it involves taking a car to a mechanic. So if you were to take your car to a mechanic, the equivalent of talking to ChatGPT is actually just that interface that offers you advice. So you ask your mechanic, what's wrong with my car? They tell you what's wrong, but they don't actually fix the problem. Now, talking to Claude Code adds in this element of orchestration as well, which means it can take actions on your behalf. So not only does the mechanic give you the advice on how to fix the car, they're also able to actually fix the car for you. So Claude Code brings this interface, but also orchestration layer, where it's able to actually work through, plan, and take action and complete the process for you. Now, Claude Code itself is going to be the brains behind actually performing the actions and working out the plan, but it needs some way to actually connect to that n8n backend. So they're not natively integrated together. What we need to do is actually connect them through what's called a Model Context Protocol, or MCP, which is just a standard way to link two things together. In this case, we're just linking our Claude Code interface through the MCP to n8n. So with that context, it still doesn't quite understand how to build n8n workflows. Just because we've connected two softwares together doesn't mean it can actually build those workflows well or to a valid standard that n8n would actually accept as a workflow. And that's where actually specific MCP servers come in. And in this case, we're talking about the n8n MCP server, but also the n8n skills, which introduces to a separate concept, which is Claude skills. So MCP we can treat as the key between Claude Code and n8n. And the n8n MCP server, which we're going to set up when we actually run through this, gives it a framework on how to actually build those n8n applications. But the n8n skills and Claude skills in general are like giving Claude Code or ChatGPT an additional layer of context on how to do things properly. So the n8n skills repository is literally just an expert that you can integrate with Claude Code very easily to build flawless n8n workflows using that n8n MCP server. Now, I know there's a lot of technical terms being thrown around here. It will make a lot more sense as we start building this out and connect to these different platforms. But you can think of this as just a repository containing 7 Claude Code skills that teach Claude Code how to build production-ready n8n workflows. So without this Claude Code skill or n8n skill here, it would not know how to properly create those n8n workflows because the skills give it the context to actually be able to create those. And it's things like knowing how to write n8n expressions with the core variables like $JSON, $node, and webhook data, for example. And it even goes to the point where it tells you how to validate n8n workflows and handle any bugs that come through that so that it can actually think for itself and handle those bugs. So you can just think of MCP of actually the ability to take actions in the platform, whereas the skill is the context to do them well. So the n8n MCP repository that we're going to use is actually just this model context protocol that provides AI assistants with the comprehensive access to the node documentation, the operations, and you can basically get it to perform actions inside our n8n workflow on our behalf, which is going to massively speed up are changes that we're going to need to make to that backend to make it a usable app for multiple people as a SaaS product or application. So we've covered n8n and how that is our backend workflow automation platform. We've covered how you connect Claude Code, which is going to be our chat interface, but also taking the actions on our behalf to those together. Now we need a way to actually visually connect those two together. And that's where a platform called VS or Visual Studio Code comes in. And it's just an open source AI code editor. It's one of the most popular code editors on the platform. And this is known as an IDE or an integrated development environment. And what you can do is actually download it directly on your Mac or on your PC as a desktop app. And it looks a little bit daunting at first, but we'll go over the basics of this. And basically what we're doing here is just opening up an environment where actually we can run code and allow Claude Code to create that code on our behalf. So I just want to stress at this point, we're not going to be writing any code. Claude Code is actually going to be doing all of the coding for us, including executing code, helping us plan the code, and actually then verifying that the code is correct. We just need to actually chat with Claude Code to understand what steps it's taking along the process. And we do that through Visual Studio Code, but it's also through a little terminal window that's almost exactly like chatting to ChatGPT. We just do it through this small terminal window instead, and then it takes actions up here on our behalf. So that's how VS Code fits in. It basically just gives an interface to chat to Claude Code. And there are other ways to do this as well, like through the VS Code extension, but we'll talk about why we actually prefer to just use it through that terminal inside VS Code in a moment. Now, the next part is incredibly important, and this is the GSD framework, which will form the brains around our Claude Code orchestration layer, where we chat and build things, and our n8n backend. Now, up until now, everything could be considered as, I guess, the term vibe coding, where we're not writing any code, we're just typing things into a Claude Code terminal and hoping that it builds it to the best of its ability. Now, when people approach this without experience, what they tend to do is actually just give a short bit of context or a project brief or what they think is significant as a project brief into the Claude Code for interface and hope that it can build out an entire project right down to the spec based on that description. But what is generally true is we're not giving it enough detail. We're not giving it that PRD or product requirements document in order to break it down into successful phases. So this is where the GSD framework comes in, and it takes us from that vibe coding to, I guess, structured vibe coding, where it takes in a project brief and actually breaks it down into individual phases, individual to-do lists. And the whole point in doing that is that when we are building out big projects like this, where we're building out a SaaS or application, normally this would require weeks of work and a team of developers to actually build this out, or at least one developer and weeks of work, rather than just getting it done in a day, for example, or a couple of days. Now, as you talk to Claude, it's the same as talking to ChatGPT. Eventually, you run out of context tokens and it has to refresh or compact those tokens. This in turn causes something called context rot, and this causes a phenomenon called context rot, which is basically like if a model takes 10,000 tokens in a given context window and you type in the first 100 words, it's going to put a lot of emphasis on those first 100 words. By the time you get to the last tokens, the 10,000 token, you'd assume that all 10,000 tokens are treated equally. But actually, when testing LLMs, that does not hold true. Basically, it stops performing towards the end of the context window. So you might be giving it really important context, but we're actually losing that context if we're dealing with a lot of data. And when you're dealing with Claude Code, what you're effectively doing is every time you ask a question, you're pushing in files and files of data because it's pushing in the code itself into that context window. So you very quickly expand the number of tokens you use and therefore degrade the quality of output, which is where the GSD framework comes in. And it's actually the get shit done framework. It kind of has two benefits. One, it compacts all of that context at relevant points in your project breakdown so that actually we don't have that context rot, or it's less significant, and therefore we can pass the right context at the right time into the execution phase for Claude Code. And the second thing is it actually builds that framework. We're not just giving it a small bit of context and hoping that we will get a project that meets our requirements out the back of it. What this GSD is designed to do is break down our project into official segments and phases and waves and to-dos so that actually it's incredibly easy to just execute one phase at a time and then debug and then move on to the next phase. So it actually breaks down a huge amount of context for our application into these smaller phases. And you can effectively think of this as just better planning. If you've ever talked to an LLM, you'll understand this, because if you give a bad prompt, you'll get a bad response. This is the equivalent of what we're doing when we build things out when we're vibe coding. We're not taking a structured approach to it. We're actually just putting in context and hoping that it will build an application right down to our spec. But what we need to do is front load the planning, and GSD is a framework that allows us to do that in the right way. So you can open up the GSD GitHub repository here, github.com/glittercowboy/getshitdone. And that's what GSD is standing for, is a framework for just getting things done properly and quickly without all the overhead. So Claude Code is incredibly powerful if you give it the context it needs. Most people don't. So that's just what we've talked about, giving it the right context at the right time. So GSD is designed to handle this all for you. It scaffolds a bunch of files based on what you're actually asking for. So GSD is designed to utilize this Ask User Questions feature inside Claude Code, which, as it sounds, is just like it's going to come back to you when we're in the initial start project phase and basically ask us a ton of questions about all the different aspects of our project. What this is doing is digging in to the core requirements that we're actually after in terms of functionality, in terms of aesthetics, in terms of tech stack. It's basically going to leverage that and ask you a ton of questions. So we're going to do a lot of planning up front. And the reason for that is because it wants to set out these different documents that it can feed into the context at the relevant points. So we will end up with a project.md file, which is just a formatted markdown file with the project vision, which is always loaded. So it looked like something like this inside of our VS Code, where we have, we're creating a carousel creator. It's going to be a SaaS platform for LinkedIn creators to generate social media carousels from ideas. Users input a concept, connect it to their brand profile, select a design template and image style, then receive a complete carousel with post copy, ready to download as images or PDF. And you can see that we've got various different phases inside here. We've got the carousel generation, we've got results and history, we've got subscription and billing where we want to charge users, we've got a landing or marketing page on the front. From answering these questions, it will build out the project document here, as well as the other documents, including the requirements document. So we have a version 1, version 2, version 3, exactly like you build a product. And each of those will have requirements that trace back to specific phases. So if we go to the version 1 requirements, we've got an authentication phase, for example, and these are the specific requirements that need to stand true in the test. So a user can sign up with an email and password. And once you start seeing these in actual documents, you understand why this framework is so powerful and so important, because actually we're not going to specify in our initial brief that unless you've built these out before, that the user can sign up with an email or password and the user receives email verification after the sign up. But by giving it information, the GSD framework is able to deduce certain things and certain requirements that we might need. It's able to actually go out and do research. So in the planning phase, and we'll talk about the different things that GSD does for you and how you operate it in a moment, it will go out and do a bunch of research on relevant systems that help us with our stack. So it's not just doing blind building. What it's going to do is go and research the tech stack for SaaS applications that's most popular and most used. And then it's going to come back and suggest that to us if we don't necessarily know the tech stack we want it to be built on. We've then got the roadmap document, which shows you where you're going and what's done. We've got the state document, which is basically across different sessions. If we leave the computer, then we still have access to what has been done and what has been left to do. And then we have a more broken down plan with like atomic task level. What are we going to execute? And we can get that on a per phase basis. And this repo was created by a guy called Tash. And basically he created it as a way to do better prompting, better context engineering, and spec-driven development in Claude code specifically. And we've already talked about this, but it helps to solve that context rot issue where we have quality degradation when Claude code fills its context window. And there's a few great quotes which summarize it very well. If you know clearly what you want, this will build it for you, no BS. There's a few other frameworks, SpecKit, OpenSpec, and Taskmaster. This one has produced the best results for me. By far the most powerful addition to my Claude code. Nothing over-engineered. Literally just get shit done. So as it sounds, it's designed to get things done. So Tash is a solo developer. He wanted Claude Code to write code, but all the frameworks out there were basically too complex. The system GSD gives Claude everything it needs to do the work and verify the work. So do all the tests for you and help you with the tests. And it was basically designed because he doesn't want this big enterprise 50-person software company framework. He just wants something that actually gets it done with minimal scaffolding and is incredibly effective for building projects out quickly. And the reason for that is that vibe coding is basically you describe what you want, AI generates the code. And if you've done this before, you will realize this, you get completely inconsistent rubbish outputs that you have to debug for longer than it would have taken you to build it in the first place. So GSD is designed to fix that. It's the context engineering layer that actually makes the project and the Claude code execution reliable. And the idea is we describe our idea. We let the system extract everything it needs to know. It asks us using the ask user questions, and then we get Claude code to actually execute it and help us verify on the front end when we're testing it out. And it's for people who want to describe what they want and have it built correctly without pretending they're running a 50-person engineering org. So of course, we're building this as a one-person team. So this is absolutely ideal for us. And there's a few key phases that you need to understand. We're first going to initialize the project. So we run these commands once it's installed /GSD, and then we type in the commands. And they've got a commands list at the bottom of this repo. But the first one we're going to run for every single project is new project. It's going to basically ask us questions until it understands our idea completely. And then it's going to build out those documents, the requirements, the project, the state, and the roadmap. before then jumping into the actual phase execution. So it's a very simple framework that gets us to get involved at each stage of this. We're going to first discuss the phase. So if we are not confident in the plan that's created for that phase, and we want to actually give it more context after the ask user question stage, then we can actually use this GSD discuss phase 1, where we actually start answering specific questions about that specific phase. So you can see we go from a large plan into a phase, into tasks in that phase, and we can add context to those tasks. That's what discuss phase 1 is. We're not going to need to do that for all of our phases, but we are going to need to do the plan phase for every single phase. So for each phase, we're going to go through and do the plan phase. It's going to go out and send out some research agents, and we can choose to do this without research agents if we want, where it actually investigates how to implement this phase, and we'll come back and create 2 to 3 tasks which will fit into that phase plan, and underneath that there'll be to-dos with those, and it will also think about how we verify that those things are true in the later phases. Once the planning phase is done, we can run straight into the execution phase. So it's going to take the context from the plan, and it's going to actually run the plan in waves and execute per plan. The important bit here is it basically does this all for us, but it runs the plans in waves. So it's going to have several waves within the plan. And then we're going to have fresh context per plan. So per plan is going to renew that context window, and it's just feeding in everything we've given it inside that plan, with a few of the summary level things from the project roadmap, the project state, and the discussion phase that we've done before it. So it stops that context rot. It's going to commit everything for us to GitHub, so we don't need to worry about committing it to GitHub. And then it's also going to verify everything it's done against the goals and what the phase was meant to do. So it goes back and forth between the documents that it creates out of the context to help verify that for us. But of course, there's going to be some user acceptance testing in here, and that's where the GSD verify work and the phase number comes after that. This command is all about what manual tests do we need to do as the user to confirm that actually everything is working as expected. It also does some automated verification checks. So it will create a UAT, or user acceptance testing file, and then it will go through each of those tests, and it will go and update as we answer questions, and we'll be answering those questions literally on the screen as it goes. And that is it. We basically repeat for the next milestone. So we discuss it if we want more context, we plan it, we execute it, we verify it. And we do that for every single phase. You don't necessarily need to verify everything at the same time. And a few stages later, what we'll do to speed it up is actually skip the verification phase and come back later to it, because some of these phases are going to rely on one another. You can, of course, run it in complete quick mode, where if we have an additional task that comes into that pipeline, then we can actually run these quick commands to do that additional task. And ultimately what it's doing is actually just spawning sub-agents to do things for us. So we've got research agents, we've got planning agents, we've got execution agents and verification agents that each phase are going to be doing something for us. Those individual agents are going to do the heavy lifting, and then the orchestration of Claude code is just going to pull all that information together. And the result of building it in this way is you can run an entire phase, the deep research, multiple plans created and verified, thousands of code lines written across parallel executors with automated verification against our goals. And the main context window will stay at 30 to 40%, which means hopefully your session stays fast and responsive, and you have things that actually meet your requirements at the end of each phase. So it's modular by design. So we can add any phases we want into existing milestones. We can insert urgent work if it's missed something later on. We can complete milestones, and we can adjust plans without rebuilding everything. So the modular by design means that we don't have to rework everything. If we execute things in phases, we can change things as we go and save us time, and also not overload the context window by putting the whole code base in. It will only take the code from that phase. And we've already talked about the core workflow commands, which we'll see as we build this out. And honestly, from using this for a couple of days, this is an incredible framework. And it's one of the best things that you'll get out of this course, is just understanding how to use it properly and going back and forth with it. Because ultimately, what's going to make our project a success is actually brilliant planning, and GSD helps us do that. And then finally, after we bring all of these three pieces together, we've got two more things to consider. The first is actually saving our version history and all edits that we make to the code. So GitHub is the most popular platform for actually saving your versions of your code. And we're going to set up an account there, and we're basically going to store every single change we make. We're going to push as a change or a version to GitHub's repository, and we're going to have an individual repository for our project. And that just means that we're saving every change we make into that repository, and we can see exactly what's happened at every single point in the plan. But the beauty of this is we're not going to need to individually manually save it. The framework that we're going to use, GSD framework, is going to make sure that actually at each stage, we're pushing that code or that new section of code as a change into our repository. So we see everything that's changed, and we could have a developer go in there, or we could actually get Claude Code to read those code changes and understand exactly what's happened as we go through. The final piece of the puzzle is actually to get this online and live available for customers and users. We need to actually host it somewhere. So every website is hosted on a site, and we're going to use a site called Vercel.com, which allows us to just build and deploy websites so that they're live and accessible for users. And it's just a very easy way to integrate Claude Code and just deploy our website to the internet. So we're first, before we set up even VS Code, going to make sure that we have an Anthropic account. So Anthropic are going to provide the Claude Code models or the Claude LLM models that we're going to use on the underlying Claude Code. So go to anthropic.com and you can go to try Claude. But I just wanted to go to the Claude pricing page to show you what you're going to need to commit to in order to actually use Claude Code. And for that, we're going to go to claude.ai. And if you don't already have an account, your page might look slightly different. But if I go down here to upgrade plan, because I've got an account, I'll be able to see exactly what plan I am on. And right now I am on this max plan. So you need to at least be on the pro plan, which at this time of writing is £18 in the UK per month, billed monthly, to use Claude Code. But actually, as you go through, you might be working through this. And in particular, when we're using the GSD framework, we might end up using quite a lot of tokens in a given day if you're doing this in one session in particular. So I'd highly recommend, as you get to that point, you can always upgrade if you run out of tokens and want to continue to the £90 or $100 a month plan for that. I am actually on this max plan, so you probably won't see mine run out. I know this sounds expensive, but start with the pro plan and then work out if you're going to need to upgrade to the max plan to get your project done. And it sounds expensive, but actually when you consider what you're actually going to output, a complete MVP, minimum viable product, for a SaaS product in just a few hours, then this is so worth it for what you actually get. This would normally take a software engineering team or a small team of people to actually output this across several days. We're going to achieve the same with just us, just Claude Code in VS Code and n8n on the back end. We're going to achieve the same in just a few hours. So once you set that up, we'll get on to actually installing VS Code. So you're going to head to code.visualstudio.com. And when you arrive at the homepage, you're just going to hit the download for macOS or download or for Windows version. And once you've actually downloaded that application, it's going to guide you through the process of installing that application onto your device. And all you're going to do is actually follow those instructions. And then once you have that available, it will appear as this little icon, either in your applications folder, or if you're able to search. And what you're going to do is open that Visual Studio Code. And once you open it, it will look like this blank canvas in here. You're going to go down into the settings down here, manage and settings. And just to make sure that we're using the exact same settings so that our font is exactly the same, etc., you're going to go down to the workbench and color theme, and you're just going to hit dark modern on the color theme. So it looks exactly the same as mine. And then you're going to exit the settings. And what we've got is a completely blank window that looks exactly the same as mine. Now, up in the left-hand corner, we've got this Explorer, which allows us to effectively open a folder. So you're going to go to your desktop or anywhere, and you're going to create a new folder, any blank folder, and we'll call it, for example here, VS Code SaaS project. And that is going to be effectively our local repository of where our code is kept. So we'll go to open folder in VS Code. We'll go to our desktop or wherever you've created it, and you will open that VS Code SaaS project here. And you'll be able to see that the files are now going to be stored inside that project. So if we create any file by clicking this new file button in here, let me just zoom in, new file button in here, we can just put a .md file for a markdown file, or we'll do it with a test.json file. And you will see actually that test.json file will appear in there, and we can open that up directly into VS Code and it's going to be blank. So we're just going to remove it from here, but we can also obviously remove it inside here as well. So let's remove our test.md from inside there just by moving it to your trash or deleting. And as you can see, when we open up a new file, let's say we do claude.md, it's just going to be a markdown file that we can type anything into here. And that is where it's going to create all of our different codes. So Claude is actually going to create all of our code and pre-generate all these different files, but they will sit on your desktop in this VS Code SaaS product. So let's remove that Claude.md for now, move that to trash. And the only other thing we're going to need to do for now inside VS Code before we install everything is actually go inside the terminal. So if you go to the top, you can click a new terminal inside of VS Code. And I'm on a Mac at the moment, and it's going to open up basically a terminal window in here. And this is where we're going to be able to install all of the extensions that we spoke about. And firstly, we're going to write a command down here that installs Claude Code as an extension so that we can chat to Claude Code inside this terminal window down here. Make sure you're clicking on terminal. So I've just installed one additional thing that I've not shown on screen, and you don't need to do this. This is just to simulate me starting a complete fresh VS Code instance so I can see exactly what you are experiencing as well, and therefore troubleshoot the same things as they come up. So I've set this up in a separate container now, so mine will look a little bit different down here, but the instructions we're going to put in are going to be exactly the same. So we're first going to type in npm install -g space at anthropic-ai/claude-code, and we will make that available down there. We can then hit enter, and I'm imagining what we're going to get now is an error that npm doesn't install. So we've got it. Bash npm command not found. So npm is just effectively a network package manager, i.e. we're installing lots of extensions and lots of libraries in our VS Code or Visual Studio Code container here in our environment that we're working with. So we need to make sure that we actually install everything to make sure that we can then install our extension. So the first thing we're going to have to install is npm as a package manager to start with. So we're going to type in curl space -o https://raw.github-content.com/nvm/nvm/v 0.39.7/install.sh space vertical line space bash. And I know this is sounding like we're already coding at the moment, but actually this is all just installing the packages that we need for it to then actually do all the coding for us. So there's a little bit of a technical barrier at this point, but honestly, we'll overcome it very, very quickly. We'll hit enter there, and it's basically going to go and install that npm package for us, or the package manager. So now we can type in npm-v, and you can see that that is still not working. So it makes you think that actually we haven't installed it, but we have. So we're going to need to type in source, the curly symbol here, /.bashrc, and that will effectively restart this in here. And then we can actually just press up on our keyboard to rerun either nvm or npm-v. So if we hit nvm-v, it now tells us that we've got the npm version 0.39.7. What we can do is type in clear and hit enter, and that will just clear the workspace. And before we can actually install that package, we need to make sure we fully installed this. So it's going to be nvm space install --lts. We're going to run that, and it's basically going to install npm properly. And then we are able to go back and actually type in npm install -g at Anthropic AI Claude code. Once we run that, that will now be able to actually install Claude code for us. And it says change 3 packages in 1 second. And now to actually open up the Claude code window inside the terminal, we just type in Claude, and actually you will see suddenly, if we open this up, it says welcome to Claude code v2 and whatever version you're on. Let's get started. Choose the text style that looks best with your terminal, and we can go through and actually decide on the text that we're going to use inside here. I'm just going to stick to the standard dark mode, and you can see I can go up and down with the arrows. We're going to hit enter on dark code, and then we're going to be able to actually log in with our Claude account, which we're going to need with a subscription there. To use Claude code at the moment, it's only available for anyone with a Pro, Max, Team or Enterprise subscription. So you need to at least be on the Pro plan to use this at the time of filming. So we're going to hit enter on that. It's going to open up this window, which allows us to actually go open and authenticate with our Claude code account. So we're going to click authorize on there. And if you haven't already set up a Claude code account, then we're going to go to Claude code now Claude in Anthropic now to actually show you the pricing of the different accounts here. And if you're going to set up your account first and then do this, you just need to follow those steps and come in and click authorize on this as well. And then it should essentially authorize you properly and send you back to the VS Code window where it confirms that it's connected to your account. And we can basically use your account to conduct all of these actions, because what we're ultimately doing when we're asking Claude code questions is passing in context to the Claude different models, and then it is then taking actions and orchestrating for us as well. And it's going to prompt us to actually authorize this account here. So we're going to click authorize. And what that will do is it will enable Claude code to take and use tokens as part of our Claude account and subscription. So I'm going to paste this directly back into Claude code. Yours might do it automatically. And then I'm going to hit enter on that as well. And it says logged in as my email, login successful, press enter to continue. And we are then prompted with some security notes, which is Claude can make mistakes. You should always review Claude's responses, especially when running code. Only use it with code you trust. So we're going to type in all the code or all the prompts for the code today and use only verified libraries. But at this time, they are trustworthy sources. So we're going to hit enter on that. And then it's going to basically ask us a few more things. Do we want to use Claude Code's terminal setup? For the optimal coding experience, enable the recommended settings. Yes, use the recommended. Do you trust the files in this folder? We have no files already in this folder, so yes, proceed. And then we are prompted with the Claude Code window, and we can type in anything here. Let's try hello first. And you can see that whenever we enter a message, it's going to start using tokens by sending that directly to Claude. In the background, they're probably using stuff like Opus 4.5 to actually answer our questions. And then it says, welcome to Claude Code. Claude has the context of all open files and selected lines. So we can highlight some lines or highlight a file, click on a file, and it will have the context of that file to actually make changes, etc. as well. And then if we hit enter, we open up this window again. And again, we can use up and down to get our previous prompts back into this window here. So now we have Claude Code set up inside our environment here, inside the terminal, which means we can now start working on our actual project. But first, there's a few more things we need to set up before we get going. So if we come back to this diagram, we've got the VS Code setup done, and we've also installed now Claude Code. The ask you your user questions is going to be part of that Claude Code. Now let's make sure that we have the n8n workflow set up so that we can actually start creating a SaaS product out of that. So I'm going to leave instructions below on how to, or the link on where to get the file for the n8n workflow. But once you've downloaded that file or copied the JSON code, what you're going to go to is actually come into a new workspace inside of n8n. And if you've not installed n8n, you can sign up down below in the link for a 14-day free trial for n8n. And we're going to come in here and we're going to go to create workflow. And what you're going to go to is the top right dots. You're going to click import from file, and you're going to import the JSON file that's been left in the link down below. And you will get this template in here, and right now it might not be connecting to your different accounts, like Airtable, for example, it might show little red errors. That's absolutely fine. Let's basically deactivate anything that shows an error at the moment, which might be the different accounts on there. And you're going to click save, and you're also going to click publish on that. And it's going to publish as a version inside your n8n there. So we've got Claude Code, we've got VS Code, we've got the infrastructure in our n8n workflow there. There's a couple more bits. We need to sign up to GitHub and Vercel. And then inside Claude Code, we can start actually setting up the frameworks like the n8n MCP connection, the n8n skills, the front-end development skill, and also the GSD framework too. And then we've got everything installed. One thing that's not listed on this diagram as well is a Stripe account and also the database provider Supabase. So we're going to now install all those remaining bits, and then we're going to go back into Claude Code and actually start installing everything we need for it to actually connect properly together. So you're first going to go to github.com. You're going to sign in or sign up to your GitHub account. Once that's done, we've got an account and we will deal with the authentication for that stuff later. Again, you're going to go to vercel.com. They offer a hobby plan, which we're going to use for this. So it's completely free on the hobby plan. Again, we're just going to create an account. It will probably give us the opportunity to sign in through our just created GitHub account so that those two can link nicely together. And then similarly, we're going to go on the free or nano plan, which gives us plenty enough on superbase.com. And we're going to sign up and start that for free. So once you've signed up to Supabase, you're going to click start your project, and we're actually just going to create a new project in here. And once you've verified your email, you're just going to be greeted by this supabase.com/dashboard/new, and we will say SaaS project as our name up here. We'll just describe it as a startup, and we'll just use the free plan for now. You're going to create that organization, and then we're going to create a project within that organization there. And then you're also going to create a database password for that as well. Once you hit create new project on that, you'll be greeted by this window that has our organization up in the left. So you see SaaS project there. And if we click out onto that, we can see that there's already been created one new project, which is defaulted to this name inside here. Now we don't need to do anything further. For now, we will come back to this, but this is where we're going to host our database tables. And you can see we've got a table editor here, but no tables to look at the moment. We're then going to jump over to stripe.com, and Stripe is going to handle all of our payments. So we're going to need to sign up to Stripe and then go into our Stripe dashboard, and it will look a little bit like this when we're inside. And we're not going to worry about this too much at the moment, but you should see that actually we can operate within test mode here instead of in production mode. So once we've signed in and got an account, we can actually use test data to test payments rather than actually, sending money to our account and trying to get that back out later. So once you set up that account, that is that done. Let's go back to Claude Code and actually start setting up the infrastructure. So right now we have Claude Code, we have VS Code, we've set up GitHub, or at least a starting point for GitHub. We haven't actually connected it to Claude Code yet. We've set up our workflow. We've set up Vercel for our deployment. But again, we haven't connected everything up yet. So let's start talking about the GSD framework and then how to set up these individual bits we're going to use, like n8n skills and MCP there too. Now let's install the GSD or Get Shit Done framework. You can go to github.com/glittercowboy/get-shit-done. And we're going to go down and we're going to find the installation command. We've already talked about why this framework is great, but we're going to go to this getting started, and you see it says npx get shit done cc. So we're going to copy that, and we're going to go back into our Claude Code environment, inside VS Code, inside the terminal. And if you've closed the terminal, go up here and click new terminal and just type in Claude to get that back. And then we're going to paste this in. We're going to hit enter, And now it's going to start installing that framework. This is going to form the basis for all of our planning, all of the questions it's going to ask to do. So do we want to proceed? Yes, we want to proceed. And it says done. GSD has been installed. You can run GSD help to see available commands and get started. So every time we type in something like /, we will get a series of commands that we can run inside here. So let's try and run GSD help just to check that everything's installed. And what we're actually doing when we type in / is calling on different skills. So because when we type in GSD help like this, it says unknown skill. It looks like it hasn't reopened this correctly. So let's go and troubleshoot that. And instead, we're going to install it globally across our whole VS Code. So we're going to hit npx get shit done cc -- Claude -- global, and we're going to hit enter there. And then we are also going to again answer that we actually want to proceed. And what you're seeing down the bottom here is actually this 10% or progress bar window is saying that this is the amount of context tokens that we filled out of everything that we can in a given context window so far. So we talked a little bit about GSD and how it helps with the context rot problem. Well, this shows us when we get to 100%, it's going to want to compress that context. And GSD helps us by actually storing relevant bits of context in different phases of the plan. Whereas if we just left it down to Claude code itself, it would compress it and then lose some valid context later. So it's now saying it's installed. And when we type in /, immediately we get these GSDs. So let's type in GSD and help. And we can enter there and it will tell us the available commands and usage guide for GSD. And the most important one is just going to be starting up our project and giving it a total understanding of exactly what our project is so that it can start the discovery phase and ask us questions about our project, and we'll go through that. Now, I want to stress at this point that it's super important that whenever you follow these instructions, you will get different questions, you will get different outputs. We are not doing something that's totally the same every single time. You on your computer typing in exactly the same information will get slightly different outputs. You might get better, you might get worse, you might get almost the same outputs, but we're not going to end up with exactly the same result if you're following this step by step. I want to stress that the important part here is you're learning the framework on how to build these things for yourself. You're not learning how to copy what I'm doing. There's an important distinction there because you might end up with something significantly better or a few more bugs to actually work through. So we've got the initial project initialization here, where we use the new project command. We've got the different phase planning. So as we go through each phase, we type in the command /GSD discuss phase, /GSD research phase, /GSD list phase assumptions, plan phase, etc. So we have the planning phase, we have the execution, we have roadmap management when we want to add our own phases or remove phases. We have milestone management. There's a lot to handle here, but actually it's going to be fairly self-guided as we go through it, or fairly intuitive as we go through it. And we're first just going to create our new project by going /GSD : we'll type in new and we'll hit enter on new project. And it's now going to start setting up the containers like the questioning, the UI brand, the project.md, the requirements.md. And it's important to know these are just markdown files, which means they're effectively files that are in a format that's very readable for Claude Code to go back and look at those instructions. So it's going to start actually asking us questions about our project, and we're going to explain it in as much detail as possible. And then it's going to question us to build out the different documents like the requirements and the overall project goals. And if you want more information on exactly what it's going to create, you can head to the GitHub repository and you'll see that actually it's got information on the different docs: Project MD, Requirements MD, Roadmap MD, State MD, Planning and Research, and it's got more info on each one of those in this GitHub repository, but you'll understand them as we start using them. So it's going to take a little bit of time to run. We're using Opus 4.5. And as I said before, I'm on the max plan, so it's going to use tokens to do this. Now, it's important to note that it is going to use quite a lot of tokens. The reason this framework exists is to actually give the model, every time we send a message, enough context to do its thing, but not too much context that it's overwhelmed. So it's going to store certain bits of context in each of the documents and only refer to that context when absolutely necessary. So in the long run, it's going to save us on token usage, but actually at the start, when you're building out these templates, it's going to create a lot of context, use a lot of these tokens. So you might find very quickly you run out of your pro plan tokens, and you can either wait 24 hours until that refreshes or upgrade plan so you can get this done more quickly. And once we have run that command, it's going to come up with a planning folder, and you can see that it's now going to go through the questioning phase, and it's asking me what I want to build. So the more detail you can give here, the better. And what we're going to do now is just use a voice transcription app, Whisperflow, to actually sit here and read out exactly what we want to build. And you're going to get the same requirements then in a text paragraph, and it's going to then start asking us questions about tech stack and all of that other stuff as well. So this is part of the importance of planning again. And what we're going to do is just go back to the existing workflow and the existing Airtable to talk through exactly what is happening at the moment, talk through the different MCPs and skills that we're going to need to install, the different tools, etc. as well. So I'm going to explain it at a high level first, the concept, and then start talking about the initial or specific details. So I want to build out a SaaS product that services multiple users. We're going to keep users' data separated in Supabase so that users can actually log in and log out or sign up for a service. We're going to use Stripe for payments. So we're going to need to connect to the Stripe webhooks. The actual SaaS itself is a LinkedIn carousel creator, or maybe not even LinkedIn carousels, just like a carousel creator for different social media. So what it's actually going to do is the front end, which is going to be built using the front end design Claude skill, is going to be like a modern minimalist look. And we're going to have a landing page and also a backend once somebody is signed up and logged in. It's all going to be in light theme, not dark theme. So it's going to be minimalist and light theme. It's going to look like the Relume.io website, which I quite like the design of here with animations, etc. as well. And then on the dashboard in the back end, a user is effectively going to be able to input an idea or a section of text, which is an idea that they want to generate a LinkedIn carousel about. And at that point, it's going to send the idea to a webhook that's connected to an n8n workflow. And that n8n workflow will return back to the site a bunch of images, and those images will all come together to form a single LinkedIn carousel. However, it won't upload directly to social media. What it will do is just return on the interface, the front end or the dashboard for the user. It will return those images as a carousel that they can see, and then they can either save them or delete them. But we'll have a historic record of all of the carousels that have run and the original idea that came with them. So when a user is actually choosing a carousel, they will be able to select a template, which is the carousel template. And each template has a front page, a set of consistent content pages, which is fed into the n8n workflow, and that needs to be as a URL, and a final CTA page as well. And it's effectively, they're going to choose a template design, and we've got like 5 or 6 template designs that they can choose from. So those need to be displayed and selected per idea. And they also need to select an image style, because the carousel templates are actually made up of a heading, heading and an image, but all of that work is to create the text, etc., is done inside the n8n workflow. But we need to effectively, on the input side, on the user side, on the front, need to select a template and also an image design style for that too. The output is also going to contain, as well as the carousel, the post body as well. And when a user is actually generating an idea, for example, they also connect it to a brand. So the user is going to need some sort of onboarding input where they input their brand, where we will input the name of a brand that's then been able to connect to a specific idea, voice guidelines, which will determine how the body of the post is actually written, the product and audience, so the product they're selling, the brand name, the brand colors, and some CTA text as well. So each idea is going to be linked to a brand. It's going to be linked to a specific asset template and asset design style. And the outputs are therefore going to come from n8n, and they're going to be URLs of the carousel images. We are going to connect to the n8n workflow using the n8n MCP GitHub repository. And we're also going to connect and make sure that we're building workflows and editing workflows correctly through the n8n skills repository. Now, when we actually publish the website, we're going to keep our version controls on GitHub. We're going to also need to install the front-end design Claude skill, and we're going to use Vercel to actually host our app. The payments are going to be using Stripe, so we need to set up those Stripe webhooks too. So as I was going through that, you're probably like, whoa, that's a lot of information. But I guess the more information you can give, the fewer questions you're going to get, and the better the plan is actually going to be there. So it's coming up as pasted text there. I'm going to hit the pasted text, and we can see the full text there, which I'm going to copy to a note so that we can have that. And instead of reading this out, you can actually just paste this in to get similar results as well. And then it's going to start talking us through questions, and we're going to give as much detail as possible so that it can start planning out the phases. This is a solid vision, a carousel creator SaaS with n8n powering the generation, Supabase for multi-tenancy, i.e. multiple users that can't access each other's data, Stripe for monetization, the n8n integration. You mentioned the n8n workflow returns carousel images. Is the n8n workflow already built? Is building the workflow part of the project? And when you say it returns URLs of carousel images, where do those images get stored? Does n8n handle that, or do we need storage on our side? So the workflow is already built. However, the workflow currently exists in a state where it's storing the outputs in Airtable. So we'll actually need to update the n8n workflow using the n8n MCP connection. So that actually connects to our Supabase tables instead. The images are stored on ImageBB, which is a free hosting solution. So that actually works, and that is happening as part of n8n. You said there are 5 to 6 template designs with front page, content page, and CTA page. Are these template designs already created as images files somewhere, or do they need to be designed as part of this project? When you say the template needs to be as a URL passed to n8n, are we hosting these template assets? Yes, we'll either need to host the template assets for the 5 to 6 carousel templates, or I can host them and pass you the URLs of those if easier. Yeah, for image styles, there's a select of options, and the options are technical annotation and realism, notebook, whiteboard diagram, and comic strip storyboard. But we also want to give the ability to actually add their own style names for the images as well. In terms of pricing and monetization model, we want 2 subscription tiers. The first will be free and allowed to generate 3 complete carousels. And by the way, carousels can be any number of slides, but it usually returns between 5 and 10 slides. So it's going to be a monthly subscription cost. The first one is free because there's basically 2 subscription types. You can either do the free model, which will give you 3 free carousels, and then the second plan is going to be $29.99 per month and allow you to generate 10 carousels, but that is monitored by a credit system. So each carousel is worth a certain amount of credits. And you can see that I'm taking long to actually think about these answers. And that's the real beauty in this GSD framework, is actually it's really, really making me think about what's the sensible thing to do. And actually going through all these questions makes the plan then much, much more thorough and clear. So actually, let's just stick $29.99 a month for maximum 10 carousels, and then it refreshes at the start of the new month. The 3 free carousels is not a lifetime limit. It's a 3 per month free. So in terms of the actual full flow, a user would go onto the landing page, which has marketing copy and nice design aesthetic using the front end design skill, Claude skill. The user would then decide to sign up. Once they've signed up and confirmed their email, they would log in. They would create a brand and enter all the brand information. They would then have a platform where they can enter their ideas and generate carousels from their ideas. Once they've connected that carousel idea to a brand, a design template, and an image style, as soon as they click generate, it should deduct the credits or deduct one from their usage allowance. So we need some sort of usage table as well in the Supabase database. And then the user is able to see a historic run of all of the carousels, but also download those carousels as a PDF file, because that's what most platforms use to upload that. So they should be able to download them as individual images, as well as download them as a PDF carousel. And that should link back to that specific idea and be clear where that carousel has come from, as well as show the post body for that they can copy and paste. So when you're going through this, you will get entirely different questions, but you need to think about how you want to build this app out for yourself as well, because every answer that you put is going to determine how the app looks and feels. That completes the picture. Let me make sure I've got the flow right. So landing page, Relume.io inspired, light, minimal with animations, sign up, create a brand, dashboard where they enter their idea, select a brand and template and image style. They click generate, then they get a results page where it shows them the carousel images and post body text. And then they've got some actions that they can take: download as individual images, download as PDF, view history, and copy post body. All the past carousels linked to their original ideas are shown on some sort of history page. Who is this for? LinkedIn creators building personal brands, marketing agencies, freelancers. Understanding the target user helps nail the landing page copy and UX decision. This is aimed at LinkedIn creators building personal brands. However, you should also include the ability for one account to have multiple brands. So they need to make sure that they can select the specific brand with a different brand voice. What specifically draws me to the Relume.io aesthetic? The white space, the typography, and the animations are all really good, but I also like the color scheme and the way that the landing page is set out as well. It's really clear on the use cases and the value of the product. Okay, and now we've come to the first kind of gate. It says, I think I understand what you're after, ready to create project.md. And if you've got any more info, you can select 2. If not, you can create project MD, and it's now going to pop up with the project MD doc, which we can go through and we'll show exactly how it's kind of your project requirements documentation, which is always going to be referred to as it generates the next steps, like the phases, the to-do list, and how we actually execute on that plan. So we've got a really good base understanding of exactly the requirements of this, and we'll run through it and check that it is actually relevant. And it's thrown out the project.md above. That's quite hard to read there. So do you want to create project.md? And you can click yes or yes, allow all edits during this session. So we want to make sure we are skipping the asking for approval every single time. And this brings us to an important step, which is actually Claude Code has various different permissions levels which you can give it. What we should do actually is allow it to skip the permissions. Like GSD is designed to run by itself, that it doesn't need that much input from us. Only when it absolutely needs input will it ask us questions, etc. So one thing that we can do is go back to the GitHub repository, and there is a line in there that we're going to grab that allows us to skip those permissions. And I'm just going to type in skip, and it's Claude -- dangerously skip permissions. So GSD is designed for frictionless automation. Run Claude code with this. Now, this is intended to be used so that you don't have to stop and approve every time it wants to, push a new version to GitHub. And by putting it in this permission mode, you will allow it to do that. It's still going to ask questions when it's trying to do some things. But obviously this comes with a caveat that if you're asking it to do something like delete files, it's going to delete the files without your permission. So make sure you're careful with how you actually use this. But I'm certainly going to allow it on there. So I'll click number 2, yes, allow edits. But I'm also going to type in this and queue this command here. Okay, git add .planning project MD and git commit -m. So basically this is saying, do you want me to go ahead and commit this to our GitHub project, which we've not actually connected to yet? And if we say yes, and yes, I don't ask for git add and git commands again, it's effectively the equivalent of giving it like, during this session, dangerously skip that permission. And hopefully this now will run the Claude -- dangerously skip permissions. If not, when we get to the next stage, we can actually run that as well. And then it gives us an option on how we want to work with it. Do we want to use the recommended YOLO method, auto approve everything, just execute, interactive where you confirm at each step, or do you want to say something? So I'm going to put YOLO there. And how thorough should the planning be? 3 to 5 phases to ship fast, balance scope and speed, thorough coverage, 8 to 12 phases, 5 to 10 plans each. I think this is a fairly small size project, so I'm going to go for standard with the balance scope, 5 to 8 phases, 3 to 5 plans each. And should we run plans in parallel or one at a time? I'm going to run it in parallel. Commit planning docs to Git. Yes, we should always commit our documents to GitHub, and that is giving us the option then to submit our answers. Should we spawn the plan researcher's domain before planning? It's obviously going to take more tokens, but actually it's going to research our goals before the planning continues. Should we spawn the plan checker? So what we're basically saying is, do we want to create additional work here in the name of thoroughness and spend more tokens, or do we want to actually save tokens and be less thorough? I think always err on the side of more thorough, more tokens spent, basically. I'm going to go yes. Spawn the execution verifier, verifies phase completion. We definitely want to verify the phase completion, and then we submit our answers there. So it's like, how many steps do you want to take every time for a phase? Do we want to use the discover phase? Do we want to use the verify phase? Yes, we do, basically. And it's now wrote those lines to a config.json file. If we go into that config.json file, you can see that it's got basically the way that it must run throughout the project, so that it can always refer back to that. Research the domain ecosystem before designing requirements. So it will talk about different tech stacks. So actually discover standard stacks, expected features, architecture patterns. We want it to do that research. Unless you're a software engineer and you have understanding of all the different tech stack you want to use, then I'd recommend just actually getting it to go and conduct the research for you. And again, because we didn't get around to do the dangerously skip permissions, it's asking us for permission to do things like reading a file from our template here. So what we're going to do is just allow that. And you can see as we go through this, the number of tokens and the percentage of the context window is already starting to fill up. So we've not got any code yet. We're just still in the planning phase, and we've already used a third of the actual context window. But it's really important to get all of these project files sorted. And whilst we're waiting for that, we can jump into the actual project.md file, and you can see this is a markdown file shown by the actual hashtags, which is basically just formatting for a header. So it's the Carousel Creator. It's a SaaS platform for LinkedIn creators to generate social media carousels from ideas. User inputs a concept, connect it to their brand profile, selects a design template and image style, then receives a complete carousel with post copy ready to download. Turn an idea into a ready to post LinkedIn carousel in one click. That's a great summarization of the value there. We've not done any validation yet. We need to actually execute and ship some stuff here. It's then split out different things like authentication and accounts, brand management, carousel generation. So it's got different requirements. User can enter an idea. So this is quite literally a product requirements document that can go through and actually then be ticked. Results and history. Users can see preview after generation. Subscription and billing, free tier, paid tier, landing page, dashboard. So actually these will start to form the actual phases of the project. And once we've got all of these ticked, it means we're fulfilling those requirements. So it has this really, really thorough planning, and it will refer back to this when it starts executing on the plan and come back and say, actually, have we done the light theme, minimal aesthetic? Yes, we have. Let's give that a tick to say it's done. And then it moves on to the next task. It's decided some bits are out of scope, like video carousels, talks about the existing n8n workflow structure, the tools, n8n MCP, n8n skills, front-end design, Claude skill for UI, design reference constraints. So again, it mentions everything we've mentioned, Supabase, Stripe, n8n Vercel, and it will refer to this as it goes through. And it's got this final line, last updated 2026, 3rd 23. And let's go out of that project file now, and we can finish answering these questions down here. So again, because we didn't dangerously skip permissions in time, it's basically asking us to go and do the research for all of these different sites, like the stripe.com webhook documentation. We don't really need to actually answer this kind of thing. And we're just going to go through and let it do its thing and actually ask it to go through there. And we can see that it's currently running 4 project researcher agents. So it's doing so many things in parallel that you'd actually have to go and do yourself or have a team do. So this is quite incredible. This is still just the planning phase, don't forget. So we're literally building out this plan in so much detail that we can't get it wrong. And that is why this is so powerful, because although it's going to take more context and more tokens up front, this is going to save us the pain of debugging and asking it to do things that we haven't quite thoroughly thought of later when we actually starts putting the outputs. Because like we've said before, we're going to go through every single individual phase, and that is going to ensure that each phase is validated and accepted and debugged before the next phase is commenced. So as it goes through and researches, you'll see inside the research section that we've got these different files. Now, you don't need to worry too much about what it is, but let's give you a high level overview of what's happening in the back end. So the project MD, like we said, it's actually not like the PRD. I was incorrect there. It's not the requirements document. That will be created separately. This is like the goals and vision of the project. So if we go back to the GitHub, we can see that this is the project vision, which is always loaded in with every phase. We then have the research folder, which is all about our ecosystem knowledge. So the research agents are going out to find out about the architecture, for example. And we've got, for example, the architecture patterns for multi-tenant SaaS content generation platforms. And it talks about how a lot of them use this tech stack, Next.js app router, Supabase for authentication, n8n in queue mode, Stripe webhook handlers for the subscription life cycle. So it starts to understand exactly how this is going to work before we ever build anything. So let's look at features. And again, this has gone and done some research. And actually then the agent is just bringing it all together at the end when it starts to actually execute on the plan. The LinkedIn carousel creation space is dominated by AI-powered generation tools, The market has shifted from simple design tools to comprehensive generation platforms that handle both design and copywriting. PDFs are now the only way to create swipeable carousels. So we kind of told it that already, but it's gone out and researched that. And it's basically gone out and found out about all of these different things, like the tech stack that's usual, the pitfalls, the features, the architecture, all without us actually having told it anything. And that's going to feed in, obviously, later when it starts to do each phase there. It's then going to come out with a requirements doc, which is going to be for version 1. This is what our phases are going to look like from that project MD and the research. The roadmap is what's been done so far, and the kind of, the tracking of the project plan against requirements. The state.md document that it's going to create is the decisions, the blockers, and it will keep memory across sessions. So if we go away and then come back and have to come back again, it will keep that memory of the plan. And then obviously the plan is going to be at a task level structure. So that's going to be a really thorough document that relates back to everything that it's done so far and will enable it to actually go through and completely build out that plan. We'll come back once all the documents have been created. And then it will start asking us about version 1 so that we can start to map out that plan there. So we're probably only going to have email and password and verification. We don't need like magic link login or OAuth for the first version. And then it might come back with other questions. So it's come back now after a few more questions and said, now I'll generate the requirements document. You see requirements.md, 182 lines. The authentication has a series of things: brand management, carousel generation, results and downloads. And you can see that it's got these almost like task-like phases in each of these, which is like pure requirements. So for the landing page, we need sign up and login CTAs. We need a responsive design, so mobile design. We need a light theme with Relume.io aesthetic. For the dashboard, we need carousel generation interface, history gallery view. So it's captured 40 requirements across 7 categories. And we can basically say, yes, you've captured our requirements. And then look inside the requirements doc. It's got these tick boxes. As it will build on these phases and create phases for this, it will go through and actually tick these boxes then. And now it's creating the roadmap document, which, if you remember, is where you're going and what has been currently done. And it will say basically the planning has been done now. It will then create the state and the plan and the summaries, and then probably the to-dos folder after that. And this is how it effectively keeps all of this context in individual phases and feeds it in at the right point, because it knows what documents to refer to at what point. It's a really, really clever framework. And you can see how this brings much clearer and better results than actually just initial planning or an initial prompt saying what you want and then hoping that the vibe coding is going to get you there. Using a framework like this, where it walks you through step by step, takes longer up front, but will bring much, much better results overall. Okay, so it's now run all of those. It's asked a few more questions, and you might get a few different questions here. So we've ended up with a project.md, which of course goes over the overview of the project goals, the full requirements document, which it's going to refer to when it starts planning, the roadmap, which is our current state of where we're at, and also the phase planning, which we're going to then build on. So for example, we're going to start with the foundation and authentication, so that users can securely access their accounts and navigate a branded landing page. There's some certain success criteria here, like a user can sign up with an email and password and receives a verification email. A landing page loads in under 2 seconds with smooth animations. So it's probably going to build out things like a landing page for that sign up, etc. So it also brings out the technical notes, etc. So when we start to actually plan the individual phases, it's going to then ask us more things about phase 1, because you can see that the context we've got right now for phase 1 is not huge. So it's going to dive deeper into phase 1 specifically and say, actually, what are we really, really looking for here? And ask you questions about that phase. And then we're going to execute on that phase. We're going to be able to test it ourselves, but also run the GSD, verify the phase, And that will do a bunch of tests for us to make sure that that phase is completely done, the foundation and authentication, completely done, no bugs, etc., and kind of be isolated and put in one place whilst we then move on to phase 2, which is all about data management and brand profiles there. So I'm going to pause at this point and actually copy all of these documents that it's created so far and used, a lot of tokens for. And I'm going to paste them into a brand new folder that you will be able to get access to below. So if you haven't got to this point yourself, you can just take those files, load them into your Claude Code editor, load up Claude Code, load up GSD, make sure that's installed, and then actually it will already be able to go into phase 1 because you've got all the documents. So this is the last point at which we're going to save all this documentation so you can actually just grab it and start moving on with phase 1 and see actually how it builds out the individual phases. So I'm just going to move that into a separate file now, and you will get access to that below as well. And another important thing to note at this stage, I don't think it's pushed anything to our GitHub repository because we haven't actually connected to our GitHub yet. So I've said, has this all been loaded into GitHub? Not yet. The commits are all local. No GitHub remote is configured. And then it says it's got these bunch of things that it will actually upload to GitHub. So it says, want me to create a GitHub repo and push, I'll need a repo name. So let's just call it Carousel Creator SaaS. And now it will probably prompt me to go and get keys from GitHub so that we can actually connect to that directly. GitHub repo create Carousel Creator SaaS. Create GitHub repo and push commits. Yes. And at this point, it might ask you to actually connect into your repo directly if you've not connected your repo into here. So if you're not signed into your GitHub, just ask it to actually sign into your GitHub. So connect to your GitHub account, and to authenticate that it's that account, you need to either give it your GitHub account, username and password, or find a personal access token, or use the browser-based auth below. Now we'll do the browser method in a moment, but if you need to do it by the token method, you need to go to github.com/settings/tokens, and then you generate a new token and paste that directly in there. But actually, if you want to do the browser-based method, you see it's already prompting me to GH auth login. So we can just hit tab there to auto-complete that. And once we do that, it will basically push us to a page where we can actually authorize that it is us trying to log in. And then actually, so yes, that's fine, that it is us trying to log in. And we can then authenticate through the OAuth screen where it's going to say, is this you trying to log in? It's going to give you a one-time code. We will confirm our device by pasting in the code, and then we can authorize GitHub access, or authorize Claude Code access to this repo. So once we have that, we can then continue with actually planning out the phases. This just makes sure that we've got all our files saved into your GitHub. So now it's going to basically start saving the files. We want to approve that. And then when we go into our GitHub directly, we should see that it's now starting to create actually phases in here. So it had already done a little bit actually 16 hours ago, or sorry, those were the plans that we'd created when we were last here. And now it's saying all 5 commits are now on GitHub. If we reload the page, we can actually see on these that 5 commits have been made now. And those commits are just version control changes. So now it's created the roadmap. We can click into create roadmap and we can see everything that is added to specific files. So it's added to this requirements document, which didn't exist before, all of this information. So it can just show you everything that's changed between your versions, basically. Where it had a generic planning requirements document in the previous commit, it's now added things like phase 1, phase 2, etc. in this commit. So it gives you a full visibility of all of the commits or the version history of your project, but we also have all of the files linked on here, and they'll be updated as we make changes. So now we can just hit tab and go on with the planning of phase 1. And it's going to go through the roadmap. It's going to go through the requirements document, the project.md, and start updating the state of where we're at in the project as well. And it's going to start actually like giving us more questions and start working out the plan for phase one. And if you remember, the order in which we run this is we discuss it, we plan it, we then execute on the plan, and then verify work. So for every phases, we do those 4 things to make sure that we have a complete plan that's been executed on and verified that it actually works. So the first stage or phase, as we saw, was all about authentication. So there won't be much pretty stuff in this part, but we'll be able to see if users can actually log in and whether that's stored in a database or not. And you can see the tokens start to tick up as it conducts more research on this actual phase. So again, we're using a lot of tokens, but actually what we're doing is making sure that it's following the plan or creating a plan that's relevant to all of the requirements that we've set out in the first place. It will save us so much rework when we come back to it. But the important thing here is if we hit that 100% context window, we're not going to need to compress the context because we're using context on a per phase basis and then only pulling summary info from these higher level documents to actually use in the different phase executions. And at this point, it's a lot of waiting around and just seeing what it comes back with, because it's just going to do research on your behalf that would often take you days or weeks to do yourself. So it took around 22 minutes to do that, just to give you some reference on how long this might take per phase. But I guess what it's actually doing is a really comprehensive plan. So we can see that GSD phase 1 has been planned. So phase 1 is all about foundation authentication, as we know already. It has 4 different plans, 01 to 04, and the 01 and 03 sections are going to be all about the project setup and Supabase clients, also the landing page with animations, whereas the second wave is going to be about how do we actually integrate our authentication flows, i.e. how do we get people to sign up, log in, log out, and reset, as well as the dashboard shell. Not exactly sure what that means there, but it's completed all the research and passed the verification for that planning stage. So it says research phase 1 complete. And actually, if we go into this new folder that's been created, phases, but let's actually, before we do that, go into state, and we can see that it will have updated our state. And I think it goes back and updates the state when we start to actually execute on it. But if we go into the phases, we can see there's a new folder for the first phase, and it's got an individual plan. So it's built on the context it had before. It's got an individual plan per kind of small wave. So this is part of wave 1, and it's going to create all of these files. So these are all the files that are going to form the actual code base and the landing page that are developed. So our code base on the left-hand side, all the files are starting to get significantly more complex. And it's basically planned out exactly what it needs. So the objective here in 0101 is to initialize Next.js 15 project, which is just an architecture type or a technology type that we're going to deploy with Supabase authentication infrastructure and development tooling. Establish the foundational code base structure, Supabase client utilities, i.e. our connections to Supabase so that we can actually create the tables in Supabase. And it's going to basically go through and plan it. I'm not going to go through in detail because actually the point of this is not to look through the code and understand the underlying tech to a minute detail. The point is actually it's done all of the planning, the technical planning for us, so that actually we can check the plan if we wanted to. And it's also done the research on the different tech stacks, etc., and how to install different things that it's going to need. But actually all we need to do is actually scroll down to the bottom and start executing. So we can go GSD, execute phase, and then we put our 1 in there, we hit enter, and it's going to now start executing on that phase. Now, when it comes back, it will possibly give us a few questions on how to connect to certain things, but it's going to start just actually creating the code now. So you'll see a lot more code appear on this left-hand side. And by the end of this phase, we'll be able to go back and actually get GSD to verify the phase, and we can test it for ourselves to make sure that everything is working as expected before we move on to phase 2. You can see we're getting closer to the context limit now, and we've not even gone through phase 1. So if you're using the $20 a month Claude Code plan, it's probably not going to do much further, and you might have to spread this over several days. But because we're on a higher plan, we can actually do more in a day. And it's using a, really one of the latest models, Opus 4.5 for it. Great. So we've come to kind of the end of the execution phase for phase one. And you can see that it's now built it out in much more detail. We've got a plan. We've got a summary of what's been done in the plan. We've got a series of extra documents, etc. And we're kind of at the point now where the project setup is complete, the auth flows are complete, the landing page is complete, and the dashboard is complete. So what we should actually do before we go on to GSD plan phase two, is GSD verify work. And we will verify work for phase one, and then it will go through and help us actually verify that everything that's been created has actually been created. But before that, I just want to note that actually these stages take quite a long time. So it gives you a chance to just go and do something in the meantime. So actually, before we run that, want to just ask it if it can ping us notifications on our desktop beforehand, because don't forget you're talking to Claude Code, which is just an AI interface LLM backend. So can you give me notifications when an input is needed from me or you've finished your task? And hopefully once it does that, we'll be able to actually plan in some notifications so that when we go away from this and start doing other tasks while it's processing in the back end, which is the whole point of doing it using Claude Code, then actually we can then move on to plan phase two after we've verified phase one there. And it's amazing what you can build with code. So I just said, set this up for me. I didn't receive a notification when it first tried it. So it tried a different approach, and you can see it's got this Claude Code ready for your next command. And apparently that's going to ping me every time it runs. And so now I know as soon as it's finished to come back and start the next phase. So let's start now. GSD verify work one. And now it will go through and verify that for us. So it started running through the verification, and it's now come up with the first kind of question. So what it does is actually it's created this user acceptance testing or something tests file here. And it's got all the tests that it should do so that it can verify that actually everything is working as expected. And then it will update the status of each task. So we've got does the dev server start? So it's going to automatically try and run the dev server. Then we're going to load up the landing page, et cetera, et cetera. It's going to go through all these tests on our behalf. And we won't look at all these files for every single phase, but you get the gist. It's basically going through a bunch of tests to check that actually it is working as expected. And it's hit the first error. Well, the dev server started successfully, but there's an expected configuration issue, and that's that we have at the moment this .env.local file or .example. I can't even see it. Here it is, .env.local. So when you have a .env file, it basically is all of your credentials are kept securely here. But obviously, because we've not asked it to set up that Supabase database yet, it doesn't have our Supabase credentials. So now it's asking us to effectively give us those credentials. So to continue testing, you need to create a Supabase project, get your project URL and a non-key from settings API, and then update the env.local with a real value. So we need the Supabase URL, we need the Supabase anon key, and then we need the public site URL, which is going to say as localhost 3000. So basically it wants to connect to our Supabase site. What we can do is actually now go and get those. So we're going to go to our supabase.com/dashboard, set up a new project and get the anon key from the settings. So if we go back to the Supabase that we had before, we'd already set up a project. So we've got this SaaS project. So what we're going to do is go into our project settings, I believe. We'll go to data API and our URL is going to be here. So we're going to take that project URL, and that's going to go in the next public Supabase URL. And we're going to go to API keys, and we're looking for the Supabase anon key, which if we go to the legacy anon and service role, we'll grab this anon public key, and we're going to paste that in there as well. We're going to save that. We're just going to say done, added values to .env.local. And now it will be able to actually perform the test for us. So now we've actually connected it to our database too. So it's going to be able to actually do the test for us. So it's going to go through again and ask us a series of questions. And we're going to go through and just verify everything works. And it will do things like loading up the landing page on localhost and confirming that that is actually working for us as well. Test 1 passed. Dev server starts and returns HTTP 200, a success message. It then goes to the UAT file that we were just looking at, and it says, okay, I'm going to make these following changes. The first test is going to be changed to actually say that it is passed. So if we open up again the phases, we've got this UAT, and it's going to update as it goes, right? So it's going to say line 23, result pass. So it's actually done the test and it's passing. So you can see that actually it's going to go through each of these tests for every single phase, make sure that it's verified that it works, and then fix any bugs as we go through. This means when we actually load it up to test it for ourselves, we've done the majority of the tests and the work, or it's done the majority of the tests and the work for us, so that actually we don't need to do a significant amount to get it up and running. We're testing one phase at a time, don't remember. So checkpoint verification required, open up localhost in your browser. You should see a landing page with a hero section, a headline, smooth animations playing on load. So we don't know how it's going to look at the moment. It might not look brilliant because actually we've not focused on design at this point. So let's open up localhost 3000. And I mean, we see a headline, we see a web page. We don't see anything other than Carousel Creator. I've opened up localhost 3000. We just have a landing page that says Carousel Creator in the center of the screen. There's no animations, there's no headline or anything like that. So this is the importance of actually verifying that everything works as it's built it, because it's not going to get everything right first time. And now it's going to reload everything here and make sure that that is fixed before it moves on to the next thing. And for every single phase, we're going to have this, the plan, the summary of what's been done, the plan, the summary, the UAT for the testing if we're going to do the verification stage. And there we go. It found the issue. There are 2 page files. The first was just a page that was a placeholder. And then actually it wants to route us to this page instead, which has the landing page. Now it's asking us to refresh. There we go. We've got a modern design, turning ideas into LinkedIn carousels in one click. And yeah, we can basically see through all this. It's got some CTAs. It's got a sign in button. If we click on sign in, it brings us to this nice sign in page. If we click on sign up, it takes us to a nice sign up page. So yes, it is showing correctly. Update this to say that actually the landing page loads. There we go. Result is pass. And it fixed this error. And then it's going to say landing page navigation. It's going to go to the website and check that Carousel Creator logo is there, the features, how it works, sign in and get started buttons are all visible at the bottom of the page. And it's for us to go and help it understand, are they actually visible? So on the landing page, verify the header shows Carousel Creator logo. If we go back to the home page, the Carousel Creator logo is there. Yep. Nav links, features and how it works. Buttons, sign in and get started. We'd already seen that. Footer visible at the bottom with links. Footer is visible at the bottom with links. Brilliant. So pass. So we're helping it by, it's basically designed the test for us, and we're going to help it assess any visual things here, but it's also going to run things in the background when it has to like click on things or go to certain pages. And again, it's going to update that planning phase. So you can see how important the verify phase is here, because these are all things that we do anyway if we were testing the product for ourselves, but it runs us through all the tests that we actually need to take, or the majority of tests. And then we can obviously move on to phase 2 after that. So we've got test 4, landing page responsiveness, resize your browser or use DevTools. You should see the layout adapts to a narrow screen, the hero text scales down. So now it's telling us actually just make this a smaller screen and has everything adapted fine. And it all looks pretty good actually. It's done a good job there. I'm going to say it's passed. The feature cards stacking vertically instead seems to have worked correctly. So I'm going to expand that again or bring that back into the browser. And these are the exact tests you design for yourself, right? If you were building this out from scratch. Click Get Started button or visit Sign Up. I think we'd already done that. pass. On the sign up page, click create account without entering anything. You should see a validation error for the email field, a validation error for the password field. So if you try and create an account without those, we've got these validation errors. Please enter a valid email address. Password must be at least 8 characters. Yeah, we get that, those error messages. So is it throwing those correctly? Yes, it is. So that's a test 6 pass, and it will come through and update this file. And you saw it update in real time there to a pass. Now we're going to test the login page, click sign in, and you can see that actually there's quite a few of these. We've got 14 different tests, and it's going to go through all of those, and we will hit the end there. So we go to the login page. Let's go to the login form with email and password fields is there. The forgot password link exists, and the sign in button. So let's click on the forgot password, and it does actually take us to that. If we try and sign in, enter a valid email address. Password is required. Great. So it's also showing those. And it's actually very satisfying working with this framework where it just does all the tests for you. This is like very, very easy. And ultimately what we're doing is just breaking down a huge project into sections, into specific to-dos, into tasks, and then testing those individually. On the login page, click sign in without entering anything. Yeah, we already just tried that. So that's a pass. And it's worth investing this time at this point because you'll get a better outcome in the end. Then it even goes to the extent of saying, actually, okay, we're on test 11 now, auth page redirect. So this test requires a verified Supabase user. If you don't have one, go and set up a Supabase user and create a test user with email confirmation. Try and log in at the /login with valid credentials. After login, try visiting /login again. It should redirect you back to the dashboard. So the previous test we tried was like, if I'm not logged in and I try and get to the back end, is it going to let me in to this secure environment? No, it's not. So it pushes me back to this page. However, this we're saying actually now I should sign up and log in. So I'm going to sign up and create an account. And it's saying check my email. So it's not actually sent that email, but that wasn't the test we're doing. So let's go to our Supabase database here and follow the instructions. So Supabase dashboard, authentication users, authentication users. And I can actually see that it hasn't sent me the email, but I've actually, added a user, or it's added a user in the back end there. So it is there. It's just waiting for the verification. Click add user and create a test user, then try and log in. We're just going to create the user directly there. Failed to fetch. Let's take that and paste it back in. So the benefit in all this is Claude Code can just help us troubleshoot even if we hit issues on the way, but these are all things worth testing. So that works, but then it doesn't send me an email to verify, which is the problem we were just facing. And this is what's so brilliant about using this framework and the testing, because, we had these issues. We've not been able to solve them directly, but it said, okay, let me skip 11 to 14 because we can't do that right now. We'll come back to it. Complete the UAT or user acceptance testing there. So it said, okay, I'm going to go through and I'm going to update it to say, we've skipped it because the Supabase API connectivity issues cannot log in to test the dashboard. So we've done 10, we've skipped 4, we will come back to do the others, but then it's also given us a kind of overview of the plan. So phase 1 verified, here's phase 1, we've passed 10 tests, we've skipped 4, and it's saying these are the errors we fixed during the user acceptance testing, which was that placeholder you saw. And then next up, we're going to start phase 2. So we're going to start the plan of phase 2. And then basically later we're going to rerun the GSD verify work 1, and we're going to obviously not skip to the execution because we want to plan it out in full detail. So now it gives us down here already the shortcut to phase 2 plan. So let's start planning phase 2. And if we go back and look at the research of the phases, and we go to the roadmap, for example, we can see that phase 2 is data management and brand profiles. So by the end of phase 2, we'll be able to create and manage brand profiles with templates and styles. So if you remember, we are basically able to then create brands with all attributes. So a user is able to create a brand like name, colors, add their brand voice, product, audience, and CTA. They can edit existing brands and see those changes. And a user can delete brands also with a confirmation prompt. They can switch between multiple brands per idea. And we have a template library which displays all of our design options with previews. So all of these things are now going to be produced in phase 2. Claude may use instructions, code, or files from the GSD plan phase. Yes. And we go through and we just accept these things and we wait, and it'll probably be about 15 minutes again, and it will come back and it will say, we've planned phase 2, like we did for phase 1, where we've got this plan and summary, all of those things there. And by the way, the plan is obviously created by this plan phase. So we'll see all the plans for the phases set up. There's a lot of terminology here, but we've got the plans. And then the summary is literally, what did we execute against the plan? So it literally tracks back every single thing. We've got a plan. What did we do? A plan. What did we do? And that is how this breaks it down. It breaks down a huge problem into this smaller chunks that we can do. So the GSD is on the researching phase 2. And we saw last time this took about 15 minutes to research the tech stack, what we need, etc., and it's spawning agents to do so. So it's now finished phase 2 planning, exactly the same as we had before. We've got 4 different waves or 4 different plans that it needs to execute on: database schema, row level security, ShadCN components, which are visual UI components, schemas for the database, and some brand UI. So what's it going to look like on the front end and on the dashboards as well. So let's now run into GSD execute phase 2, and we can see once we run that what it looks like. And then we can move on to the verification stage again, which is really when we start to visualize it. So this time we'll skip through execution phase 2. It will just ask me a bunch of questions and plan for about 20-25 minutes. And that plan, by the way, took around 15 minutes, I believe. Yeah, it was around 15 minutes to actually calculate that plan. So it's going to be a couple of hours to do all of the planning, as well as the execution obviously takes 15-20 minutes. But all we need to do is verify per phase that it's actually executed on the brief correctly. So it's now gone through and executed plan or phase 2. And again, we've got the same layout. So we've got the plan, 0201 plan, but then the 0201 summary is actually how it executes against that plan. So you can see how it does it methodically. It goes and looks at the plan. It then goes through and executes the plan using Claude Code, and then creates this summary.md document, which says, this is what we've done so far. And then you come to actually verify that phase as well. So all we need to do is enter /GSD verify work phase 2 and hit enter. And then we're going to go through and actually verify that everything it's created so far has worked as expected. And what it's going to do is create another UAT file like we saw before, which is going to be our user acceptance testing. And we're going to go through and answer questions about what is properly happening and what is not happening. Now, the first 2 phases, we've not used the discuss feature. So if you remember, there was actually 4 phases to every phase, or 4 stages to every phase. We had the discuss phase, which is where we basically shape the implementation. So when we initially gave it the brief and answered some questions, it created phases based on our brief, but actually it wasn't planned in so much detail that it could actually comprehensively understand exactly what we've written. We then had the plan phase, which we've gone through for every phase so far, the execute phase, which we've obviously gone through, and the verify work, which we're about to go through for phase 2. Now for the next phase, phase 3, we're also going to actually use this discuss phase, because phase 3 is a little bit more based on user requirements. So if we look back at the project roadmap, we've got phase 1, which is the foundation and authentication. These are all very, very like bog standard things that I probably as a non-coder couldn't discuss that much and decide on certain tech stacks with it. Same as the data management and brand profiles. I only knew that we were going to create the data in Supabase, and it's already in the requirements, so I didn't really want to discuss that. However, phase 3 is all about the AI generation pipeline, so about users actually generating complete carousels from ideas with their AI-powered content and images. So this is where we're actually going to connect to our n8n workflow. So I probably want to give a little bit more input in here into the plan before we actually start that plan phase, and therefore I'm actually going to use that discuss phase at this point. But first, let's just go back and actually verify or complete the verification phase for phase 2. And in phase 2, we've now got this UAT file and a verification file in here. And the verification file says 6 out of 7 of these should be verified, basically. And it's got a series of observable truths which made the requirements true. So the first one is the user can create a brand with all attributes. And it needs to tick that to say, actually, that's been verified. And it might have done some of this on our behalf already, actually gone through it and verified those. So if so, we don't have to actually input that much, but it's basically gone through and verified its own work. But we do have one down here, which is run npm run dev, and the server starts on local host 3000 without any errors. So we're just going to run npm run dev. So we literally do as it's telling us, and that should start the server. It's saying the server is already running. So it's done the verification for us. Navigate to the brands page. Page load showing brands header with new brand button. If no brands exist, it should show an empty state message. So we're going to click into this. We obviously need to sign back in. So this is going to be the issue we had before. We're going to need to fix now, which is actually we're going to need to create a user on this account first. So if we go back to our Supabase, let's try today to actually create a new user. Now, hopefully we can actually create one. Great. So actually today, for some reason, a few hours later, it's actually verified this email automatically. So the problems that we were having earlier with the Supabase instance, it's either gone in and fixed without telling us, or it's now just sorted because of a little bit of time. So now we can actually go in and log in, and we're going to sign in there. And this is looking great, actually. We've got a true dashboard in here. It's the first time we're seeing the dashboard. So we've got create carousels, and it's even put a placeholder coming soon, because right now we actually don't have that functionality. Manage brands, history coming soon, and the list of the carousels down here. And we've got the brands page already appearing on the side here. So it's localhost 3000 /dashboard /brands. It's got the no brands sign at the moment, and the page load showing brands header with the new brand button. If no brand exists, show a create your first brand message. Yeah, great. So let's type in pass, and it's tempting at this point to just go, oh, I'm going to create a brand, but that's probably going to be in the next test. It's probably going to, there we go, test 3, create a brand form. So click new brand or visit the endpoint /new, and it should display with name, colors, voice guidelines, product, and a few other bits. So create your first brand name, scrapes. Oh, I love this, how it's got a little dial in here. So we're going to go FE3E5A. Inside there, we might add another color. Let's add black as our color. We can add our voice guidelines in here. So I'm going to grab those from our Airtable that we had before. And at this point, right, you see some of the issues that start cropping up, which is actually, we don't want this necessarily to spill over. We want it to be a scrollable box there, but that's okay. We're going to add in the product and service, target audience. So again, we'll just pull this directly from what we had before, or you can add your own product and service stuff in there. See, this one actually is a scrollable line. This one is a huge box that's, yeah, saying voice guidelines must be less than 1,000 characters. So that's not necessarily true. Target audience is kind of in our voice guidelines. Let's write small business owners for now, but let's also go back and say fail. Voice guidelines must be less than 1,000 characters is not true, and product description less than 500 characters is not true. It can be more. Also, the voice guidelines is one giant box that expands with my context window. I want it to actually be a scrollable box. And then the product description should be similar or the same type of box where it's like a few lines long and then it's a scroll down box rather than a line that scrolls. So just adding in information like that is like, actually it didn't pass. Go and fix those things inside the product. And again, I'm going to tell you, this is the benefit of doing it step by step like this. Okay, great. In the brand form, use the color picker to add 2 and 3 colors. And we've actually done that already. Pass. Okay, so maybe we should have actually taken this information and put it in this next test. It's all about filling in the required fields. So even though I just said don't skip ahead, I skipped ahead myself. Edit in existing brands. So let's save this brand. Let's create a brand. Let's just get rid of some characters here. So I'm actually just going to fill this back in with test product, service, small business owners. Get started. Let's try and create the brand. Nothing is happening. Error fetching brands. The button just doesn't seem to be active at all. And maybe that's because we've got this invalid color inside here. So cannot create brand, invalid color error is showing and the create brand button cannot be clicked. So we can't even edit an existing brand because we can't create one. So actually that has failed as well. And what it will probably do is go back and add a test to that. Let me check what's happening with the color validation, and it's going to go through and hopefully fix that. So it will redeploy and we can reload and we can try and create that brand again. But you see how important it is to go through each of these tests in isolation to understand where the issues are spanning from, because it knows the code it's just written in that execution phase. So it's much easier to isolate, okay, this might be the problem because I've written the code in this way. This is a blocker, can't create brands. I'll skip the brand dependent tests and continue with templates. So at some point we're going to go back and actually have to test those because we're going to need to execute on those issues. So that's going to be really important to make sure that we fixed all of the failed tests there. So we'll continue testing the next tests, but it says actually if everything passes, you move on. If something's broken, you don't manually debug, you just rerun the execute phase again, and it looks at the fix plans it's created in the UAT document, and it will go back and hopefully fix those for us. So let's carry on with the tests here, navigate to the templates page. So instead of that, let's go back to the dashboard. And I can't actually see a templates page on there. So it's actually saying just go to dashboard/templates. We'll go to /templates. And it's come up with some issues inside here. Error fetching templates, but that's fine. Page shows templates and styles header. Great. Templates section displays 4 categories: minimal, professional, creative, and story. Yep, that's right. Each tab shows 3 template cards with preview images and description. Well, it doesn't because we've not given it that yet. Haven't given you the template yet. So there's a few more fails in this one, but we're going to go through and re-execute and it will ask us for everything that it's missed here. Test 9 issue, templates not seeded in database yet. The seed data exists in Supabase/seed, but hasn't been applied to your Supabase project. Let's go and apply this seed data first, i.e. put those templates into Supabase so that it can actually see if it if the feature is working correctly and if those templates will actually display. And the data tables that are supposed to be sourcing that don't exist yet, it seems. AI is not perfect. It can't create everything in its completion, but what we can do is just split it down into these phases so that it's easy to troubleshoot. So now it's got us, basically we have to run these two commands inside Supabase. Go to your Supabase project, paste and run these, and then run the seed data into it. I'm just going to see if it can do it for us. Because actually if it can connect to our Supabase account, then it might be able to actually run these codes or commands for us, which would be, you know, a time saver for us and a lot easier. So if in doubt, always ask it to actually run those commands for you and see if it can do it. It will always tell you, oh, install this or install this by running these commands, but actually just do it for me. Don't bother asking me. And we need to go and get the password. Basically, we'll go to Supabase dashboard, project settings, database, and scroll down to the connection string section. The password is shown there, or you can reset it. So I'm just going to go and grab that password and bring it back and paste it in here. Okay, this time around, we haven't got it to actually do that successfully, and it's taking a little bit long. So instead, I'm going to go to the SQL editor inside here. So click on SQL editor. I'm going to paste what it's put in my clipboard, and I'm going to run that. And I'm going to run this query. Done. Created 12 templates and 4 image styles. And then refresh dashboard/templates. Let's see if they now appear. And I'm just going to copy this. And I'm going to paste that error code in. I'm assuming it's because we've not done the second step yet, which is actually running this new query, insert into. Okay, it seems to, if I refresh now, it has the different templates showing. So for minimal, professional, creative, and story, and it has image styles down there as well, but none of the images are actually displaying. So we're actually going to just Control C and then run npm run dev again to start it up again, or Command C. That will close the server basically. Control C, you might have to click it a few times and you'll see that it defaults there. Let's just clear this. npm run dev. Let's open up Claude again. This kind of thing is always going to happen when you're going through and testing everything. Things aren't going to work the first time. You're going to need to troubleshoot and fix. But the way that the GSD project plan is set up is so that it stores the context of where we got to so that we can easily pick back up at any point again. And we're getting asked for too many approvals in my experience or opinion. So I'm actually going to run Claude -- dangerously skip permissions as suggested here inside the GSD framework, which means it's not going to ask me for permissions whenever it's trying to change a file or anything like that we haven't already approved. So to use it, we need to exit this session and restart with Claude -- dangerously skip permissions, restart it with the flag. So hopefully it's going to close the server and we're going to restart this Claude code instance. So press Control and C again, run Claude dangerously skip permissions. Okay. So press it twice and it unravels there. And we need to run it from the start. Basically, when you run Claude, you need to run it with -- dangerously skip permissions. So now we've run it, reopened it, Claude -- dangerously skip permissions. And it's got bypass permissions on. We accepted that. So now let's go back to GSD progress so that it remembers where exactly it was in the plan, and we can continue with this verification here. And it's given a good summary. Next up is phase 3, but we still also have available verify work 2. And obviously we were going to discuss phase 3 to gather more context anyway. So let's go GSD verify work 2, because actually we were still going through the verification there. and making sure that that actually worked. And it's actually asking us to start effectively from the first test. And this is a mistake I made that hopefully you will not also have to make, which is if you're going to pause mid-phase, like verify work, you need to do /GSD pause work, which creates a handoff when stopping mid-phase. And therefore we can say actually resume work from that point rather than go verify phase again. So I've almost restarted the verification phase here, which is okay because it was only a few tests. But if you're going to pause mid-phase like we did and collapse the server, stop the server, then use GSD pause work instead and then resume work from there. So I'll go back through and get us to the same point that we were at before. Okay, we're back at the bit we were before and still there's no images showing on this image styles or the templates. So we've noted those as fails. The next one is the brand switcher. We've still got the problem where the brands can't be created because it's saying invalid color. Select a brand in the switcher, navigate to another page, or if no brands exist due to the creation issue, we're basically going to put skip no brands exist because we still can't create a brand because of the invalid color error that keeps coming up. And now it's gone through and updated all of the UAT tests. So if we go to the UAT file, we can now see, look, there's create brand successfully, reported that there's an issue, fail, it basically gets invalid color. And the severity of this is major because it stops us creating actual brands. And then it's skipped a bunch of tests that we'll have to come back to as well. And then it's, said 4 have been skipped, 3 issues, 5 passed. So a little bit less successful this time, but it's basically now going to allow us to rerun the execute phase 2. And it should go through those errors and actually start fixing those. And in fact, it's already running 2 GSD debugger agents, debug invalid color error, debug missing preview images. So hopefully without even having to rerun and execute that phase again, it will actually show that it's gone through and fixed those errors we will see in a moment. So it's gone through and it's basically said, actually, we've got these fixes now ready. So phase 2, the root causes were these things. So it's got the gap that we had between what we were expecting and the verification stage, like the images were missing. And the reason, the seed URLs lacked the .png extension. So use /clear to clear the conversation history and free up context. So let's clear that. And then let's run GSD execute phase 2 gaps only. And it will look for only the bits that were not satisfied in the verification stage. So it doesn't have to use all the context to actually go over things we've already done already. It understands actually we're only looking for these gaps, and in the files it's verified or it's selected those gaps in particular. So it knows exactly what to focus on and fix in the execution phase. So it's saying it's fixed the problems now. So let's go in and try and add a brand. Let's add a brand color, test guidelines, test product /service, small business owners, learn more. Let's try and create a brand. And hooray, we've successfully created a brand now. So we have multiple brands potentially in here that we can connect to. Now let's go back to the dashboard and let's go /templates. And we've still got one issue, which is there's no image previewing, and the image previewing is not in the image styles, and it's also not in the templates. Now I have a feeling that I just need to actually put some images in there. So what we're going to do is try and push it forwards to save us going to that specific issue. I think that's going to be quite easy to fix later on. So the image preview issue is still happening. The brands can now be added successfully. Update the files. Then we'll move on to phase 3. Because what we want is to not waste too much time on these minor details and actually move on and get the whole app architected and then come back to the minor details after that. So next up, phase 3, the AI generation pipeline. Let's, for the first time, because we want to put more thought into this one, use the discuss phase 3 to show you exactly how you can use this discussion phase and how it builds out on the actual plan we've got already. So there's no point discussing the previous phases because it's all about building out the plan in more detail so that you can execute it in a better way. So let's go through and see what questions it asks us and respond to those questions. Which areas do you want to discuss for the AI generation pipeline? How should the input look? Multi-step wizard versus single page? Yeah, let's discuss that one so we can tick that. What does the user see while waiting? We can probably actually get it to automate that, and we don't need to discuss that. How are the carousel slides displayed? Yeah, that would be a good one to discuss. How should AI-powered idea prompts work? On-demand, pre-filled categories. Let's discuss that as well. So it goes through the different stages to actually get ready to ask us questions that are about those different stages itself. How should the generation form be structured? So we're talking about the idea generation form. So all inputs visible at once, idea, brand, template, style, multi-step wizard, walk through each choice step by step with previews, or Claude picks what works for the flow. I think it's probably a multi-step wizard would look nicest. If we just get the user to walk through one step at a time for a given idea, I think that might work quite well. What should the wizard steps be? Idea, brand, template, style, and then generate? Or ideal, brand and template combined and then generate? I think, the fewer steps combined related choices like brand and template would make sense here. How should the idea input work? Should it be guided? Should it be a simple text area? I think let's leave it as a simple text area for now. Should users be able to specify the number of slides? I think this is already determined in the n8n workflow. More questions about the generation form or move to the next area? Let's move to the next area. You can see how it's building out more of a picture now with more context of exactly what you want. And then it's going to update the phase 3 so that it has a better plan to do that. How should carousel slides be displayed after the generation? I think it should be one slide at a time maybe, or all slides visible at once. Yeah, let's do a grid of thumbnails, all slides visible at once, so we can see the full picture and how consistent those are over a lot. Where should the generated post copy appear? Below the grid, side panel, separate tab. Let's let Claude pick for that one, see if it looks good. After generation completes, what primary action should be prominent? So I think both the download and copy side by side. So copy the text and download the images or the carousel should be both equal because you need both for a given post. Should users see the generation metadata like the brand use, the template and timestamp? Yeah, I want them to be able to see what template was used, what brand it's connected to, etc. Let's move to the next area. When should AI idea suggestions appear? Show suggestions when the user first lands on the page. I think it should be a visible sidebar. So if they have a text where they can put in the idea, and then on the sidebar, we have a rotating suggestions of ideas there, just to give somebody an idea of what they might write in that box. Should idea suggestions be personalized to the user's brand? Absolutely, they should be brand aware. Just things like this that they might assume, we're just going to put general ideas there, but actually now it has the brand's input, it can actually give personalized ideas there. How should clicking a suggestion work? Click to populate, user can edit before generating, start generation immediately, one click to begin with that idea. I think it should fill the idea inside the text area so they can refine that idea and then click to generate. How many idea suggestions should be shown at once? 3 to 4 suggestions. Let's keep it simple for the starting product. And then we can say, create that context for the plan. Done discussing, capture decisions there. After that context has been updated, it says, now we can move on to plan phase 3, but we can also plan phase 3 without the research. So I'm thinking that we've created a more in-depth plan here. We don't necessarily need to understand how other people are doing these steps because we already have an idea from the workflow that we'd created in n8n in the first place. So what I'm going to do is actually try something a bit new and ask it not only to plan it without the research, which will speed it up a little bit, but also apparently you can combine this skip the plan phase 3 with execute. So I don't want to see the plan this time, and I'm just showing this for demonstration purposes that hopefully we can plan it, skip the research on that plan to speed that up a bit, and then execute phase 3 without actually having to review the plan. So let's see if that works. We might be asked to actually still review the plan and execute phase 3, and there might be other ways to do this better. There's also built into this GSD library some ways to actually skip those things by giving it specific commands. So we've got this GSD quick command. So we could say GSD quick, and then with a specific ad hoc task, like get the brand images to show or get the template images to show, we can actually execute those ad hoc tasks, but still stick to the GSD framework. So rather than just asking it to do something, if we use GSD quick, then the task, it will stick to that GSD framework and update everything as it goes. That's what the point in that is there. So let's see how good it is actually going to skip the research, plan that, and then also executing on our behalf. So it's gone through and verified the plans. So phase 3 has been completely planned out. The first plan is about the database schema for the generations and the custom image styles. The second is the n8n webhook integration layer. The third is the wizard UI and results display. Fifth is the idea suggestion sidebar. So it's gone straight in as requested to execute phase 3. So you can actually code it like this to get it to do several phases at once. Now, what I will expect here is probably a bit more in the verification stage to actually go back and amend some edits. So what you save in time now doesn't necessarily save you time in the future, because we're going to have to probably tell it a lot more about that n8n webhook integration layer and give it some more examples there and show it where it's supposed to be connecting to and what outputs come back from that. So we'll see how it does in this execution phase. And then we are 3 out of 5 done after that, once we verify that. Now that's come back as completed, and it actually took around 45 minutes to do the planning without the research phase. So not even going out and doing the 4-agent research, but also executing on that. This was quite a complex set of instructions, because we had, 5 of these different plans, or 5 of these different, or four different waves of plans inside of phase 3. But it's basically come back and said all 5 plans were executed. They've got ticks there, and you can see if you look back through the logs exactly what it's changed. So if we go up to the top here, you can actually see that they've compacted the conversation. So you can hit Control and O to actually open up the full conversation, and then Control and E to see the previous 477 messages it's sent. But I guess we can get the gist from these last few messages, which has basically gone through and executed each individual plan. So 03, 02, so phase 03, wave 02, and then tells you how many tools it used, how many tokens it used. So for example, plan 0303 for the UI used 52 tools, 75.2 thousand tokens. So that was just sending prompts back and forth with Claude Code effectively. Nothing that we had to actually do ourselves here. It's then gone on to actually verify phase 3 and see against the plan, did it achieve that? So not only has it planned the phase, executed the phase, but also gone and done some verification checks. Now, I'm a little bit dubious about whether this has done it fully correctly, and we will go through and do a verification stage ourselves. But what we can see is actually it's gone through and updated certain parts of the roadmap. Everything in red that you can see here were lines 112 to 116 in the roadmap.md. You can see that they had no ticks or crosses in before. And then this is the update that GSD or Claude Code has actually made to the roadmap.md. So if we go into roadmap.md, we look at 0301, 0302, they will all have these X's there, and you can see that in the phase 3 there. And that's just to signify that it's actually gone through and done all of these plans within phase 3. And what it's done is overrided the overall progress to say, actually, now we've completed 3 out of 7 phases and we're 43% complete in total. And then it tells us at the end, these are the key files that have been created. So what it's doing is giving us like effectively a status update. And if you don't get this status update, what you can actually do is go to the commands inside the GSD GitHub, and you can just type in /GSD progress to see where you are and what's next. And that will give you an up-to-date view of, based on the files you've got so far, where you are, what tasks are coming up next. Now, one thing that is important to note once we did the discussion phase is it generates an extra file that we've not seen before, which is a context file. So we've done the planning phase lots of times, that creates the plan file. We've done the execution phase, that creates the summary from the plan file. So each plan has a summary, but now we also have this context file, which is a full context of everything we've basically told it in those questions in that discussions phase. And that then feeds into the overall plan for that phase. And then, of course, we've seen the verification plan before, and it's basically said it's gone through and verified already that all of these things are true. But until we actually go through and test it and verify it ourselves, we won't know exactly if that's true. But to save a little bit of time, what I'm going to do, because this takes 45 minutes between runs, is the phases are rarely super interlinked together. I know the phase 4 is all about usage tracking and limits. So it's about users being able to see their own usage and are prevented from exceeding those monthly allowances. So it's more about billing data and other data that's not connected to this AI generation that much. So what I'm going to actually do in the background before we start verifying is actually just run now a similar command where instead of skipping research this time, we're going to allow the research and we're going to change it to phase 4. So when you start working with this a lot, you see that actually it takes quite a bit of time to execute and plan all this. So actually, let's just get it to do that in the background whilst we work on the previous phase and the verification for the previous phase. Now, we're not going to be able to directly do the verification for phase 3 whilst this is running because it's going to overwhelm it. We're going to have to queue the messages. However, by running this, what I'm able to do is go and do other tasks and then come back and actually verify phase 3 and phase 4 together. So it's just another way to like split up and work through these individual phases if you don't want to come back every 15, 20 minutes to Claude Code here. So I'm going to run GSD plan phase 4 and then execute phase 4 without review. And that will just stop us from having to look at the plan again. And then meanwhile, we can go through and actually look inside the phase 3 plans and summaries and understand, has it done exactly what we think it's going to do before we actually go then through the verification phase, because we opted to skip it at that point. But what we're doing is just speeding up our process. So now that that is going to run in the background, we can actually start looking at the phase 3 plans. And I think it's best actually to start off with the phase 3 verification and see what we're going to actually be looking through when we verify, is this working correctly? Because it says it's already verified this. However, it's verified everything before the human verification. So we're actually going to be going through and doing the human verification. So what things are we actually going to be verifying? So the test is, can we complete a full generation from idea to results display? Requires the n8n workflow to be configured and running. So one of my concerns was actually it didn't ask us at all about how to connect to our n8n workflow that already exists. Whereas this says, actually, this test needs to be human because we need to connect it still to that n8n workflow. So that's a good sign. It understands that. It's not just creating its own end-to-end generation flow. It's still relying on that n8n workflow. I'm still a bit concerned it hasn't installed n8n MCP and n8n skills to understand how to work with n8n, so we can talk through that at the time. The second test is creating brands with different products and audiences. The next is understanding how it's actually pulling things back from our n8n workflow to display quickly for the user. And then the fourth one is about, can we actually enlarge the images and the slides and use buttons to go through the navigation through the slides there so that a user can actually use it. So you can see that this goes to such a level of detail that actually every single button is thought out in terms of the flow. Whereas if you were to actually start from scratch and not use this GSD framework and not input a huge amount of time into planning and context, it would miss all these basic things. And you'd only notice when you were going through the website and actually trying to do it yourself. And you'd have to rework. And rework is always a lot harder than doing it right the first time when you go through it. So now that phase 4 has been sorted completely, let's do the same with phase 5. It seems to be working well. And move on to the Stripe subscription billing. So this is where we're going to need to connect it directly to the Stripe webhooks and make sure that when a user actually pays for a certain tier on the site, then it actually updates that in the database, gives them the right access, the right number of credits, all of that kind of thing. So it's got certain success criteria here. The users can click upgrade and completes a Stripe checkout. User is redirected to the dashboard after a successful payment. Paid tier users immediately see that increased allowance. Users can manage their subscription via Stripe directly. They can cancel their subscription. Failed payments trigger an email notification, and webhook events update that database reliably so that we don't have a mismatch between those people that, for example, have failed to make a payment and then still have access to our app and are costing us money as well. So let's move on. Phase 6 is all about the user downloading the carousels and basically seeing the historic record of everything that's been generated in the past. So we've got our success criteria here, and we're going to run exactly the same. Plan phase 6, then execute phase 6 without having to review the plan. We're confident on the plan at this point. And we're going to let that continue to run. So let's verify this phase 3, the AI generation pipeline. I know it's done some tests automatically for us, but worth going through and actually doing the manual verification now. So it goes through, it grabs all the summary files, and then it extracts the testable user observable outcomes, which is basically put into that UAT file that we've seen previously. So it does that by basically working out what's been produced and what would need to be verified by a user. So test 1, navigate to the dashboard/generate page. The page loads with a 2-step wizard showing step 1, your idea, with a text area for entering your carousel idea. So /dashboard/generate. Create a carousel, turn your idea into a LinkedIn carousel in seconds. Unable to load usage information, please try again. So what I'm going to do is just go back here, say fail. There's no text area for entering your carousel idea. And it might just be actually that it's not fetching our subscription, and we might need to log out and log back in here. This is a blocker. The page can't load due to missing subscription data. This affects all subsequent tests. Let me mark the remaining tests as skipped and complete the session. Great. So it's actually not able to do any more of the testing for that stage 3. So we're going to need to actually just go through again and fix those errors immediately, because what's the point in not being able to test anything? And you experience the same as you do if you were coding this manually, right? You're always going to hit errors, but what we're doing is just letting it troubleshoot those errors by itself rather than actually spending hours or days troubleshooting individual errors. So as frustrating as it is to hit errors and not be able to verify that phase, it's part of the process of, I guess, structured vibe coding, where actually what you're able to do is significantly quicker than working as a full production team actually generating this yourself. And it said, okay, these are the issues we found. There's a blocker, which is it's missing the subscription rows for pre-phase 4. So in phase 4, we create all the usage tracking, etc. But actually, because of that, we've not got the data of any user that signed up before phase 4. So it's created a fix, which is an SQL file, and it says apply the migration to create subscription rows for existing users. So go to your Supabase project, your SQL editor, and paste and run this code. So we'll go to the Supabase project. I'm going to delete this, and we're going to rerun that. Every time we run something in here, it basically either runs or fails, and this failed, and then we'll do stuff to the tables that are attached to it. So what we're saying is insert any user that already exists into the user subscriptions table. And if we go to the database and we see, the table editor, we've got brands, image styles, templates. So actually that table doesn't exist yet. So let's just grab that, go back here. And it's because, in phase 4, we're supposed to create those tables. So it's trying to verify something that hasn't yet been created in phase 3. And now it's saying you need to apply these phase 4 to 6 migrations to your Supabase database. And part of the problem might be here that I've gone ahead and actually, planned and executed these phases just to speed up the process and have it run in the background. So by not going through the process of actually each phase, discuss, plan, execute, and verify, I might have caused the problems here, which means I actually need to still run these SQL code segments that it's given to me here, but at least it's gone through and understood actually I need to run these. That's why we're having the errors here. So I'm first going to run this one, and of course we have another error, and it's saying the phase 3 migrations haven't been applied either. Let me give you the complete migration chain starting from phase 3. So it's going to go through and understand what tables we need to create from phase 3 all the way to 4, 5, 6. And this is obviously phase 3. So it makes sense that we haven't created any of the or run any of the SQL yet. So there we go. We're in phase 3. We're creating that generations table, which makes total sense because it was the AI generation stage. So we'll run that one. And finally, we've got a success there. So if we go to the table editor, we'll now see we've got a generations table. That's all that did, created that generations table. Now we're going to run all of these in sequence. So we're going to have for phase 4, the custom image styles, success. Phase 5, it's good to see they're now working. And we're going to create the user subscriptions, and that's a success as well. And then migration 6 and 7, which is the Stripe billing, and the one we just determined we needed to do, which was backfill existing users. So that pulls our user subscriptions there and stops that error that we just saw on the screen when we were trying to verify it. And migration 6 is now working. So let's run this final one, which should backfill the existing users into the subscriptions table. Success. And we'll go to the table editor. We've got a few more tables now. We've got user subscriptions, and you can see that actually the user that existed before, which was me, now exists in the user subscriptions. So it has been backfilled correctly. We've got the webhook events for Stripe, which we haven't determined yet, but that's part of the later phases. We've got the templates inside here. We've got the image styles with some placeholders. We've got the generations table, and then we have the brands and the custom image styles that we had before, as well as credit transactions, which will be, phase 6 later on. After it succeeds, try dashboard generate again. So we're going to go dashboard generate. We're going to refresh this page. Hooray. So actually it now is working correctly. You can see down here in the left-hand side, we've skipped ahead a bit, but we've got free plan 0 out of 3 carousels this month. We've got create a carousel, your idea, style, and generate. So let's go back and do the verification again. So GSD verify work 3, and we can go back through the plan again and basically say this is now working. Let's do 5 productivity tips. And it's implemented what we spoke about before, which is actually you input your idea, then you choose the style. There's some inspiration, which has 4 ideas on the right-hand side, but also 1 inside there. Click a suggestion to use it, then edit it as needed. So if we wanted to click on that, it pre-fills that, which is brilliant. We've gone to this page. The page loads with a 2-step wizard showing step 1, your idea, with the text area. Pass. It will then probably get us to click the button. Type fewer than 10 characters in the text area. The next button should be disabled. Okay. So the next button is disabled when that happens. Great. Pass. And these are the kind of tests you'd write for other people to go through your product. So it's brilliant that it can write it for us. Idea suggestion sidebar. A sidebar shows 4 idea suggestions. If you have a brand selected, suggestions reference your brand, products, and audience. Click a suggestion to fill the text area. We've already tried that. So actually, this does feel like it's relevant to the brand, and we can click refresh on there. 5 networking mistakes small business owners make. How test product service helped me save 10 hours a week. That's because when we filled out the brand, we put in like test product, etc. So that's working correctly. So we're going to pass that. Click the refresh button. We've already done this. It refreshed the suggestions, which was great. Navigate to style steps. So after entering a valid idea, click next. Brilliant. Okay, great. And it's now starting to show some actual images, which we've not seen before as well. So it's fixed that previous error. So after entering a valid idea, click next. Step 2 appears showing brand selector, template gallery, and image style options. Brand selector. Great. Template gallery with some different styles in there. And image style selector, realism notebook, whiteboard diagram, comic book. And then if we click on them, it kind of highlights them inside here now. And then we have the generate carousel button. The brand selector, selecting a different brand changes the active brand. I mean, we only have one, so we can't exactly test that, but we can see that we can actually select the brand. Templates are organized by category tabs, educational, promotional. Click a template to select it. It shows a visual highlight. It does, yes. And it's in the style as well. So pass. So now that we've built a few more bits out, it's starting to all really come together. Image style selection. Click one to select it. It shows a visual highlight. Yes, it does. We already passed that. Switch to custom tab. You can type a custom style name. Interesting. I can't see a custom tab on here. Switch to custom tab. You can type a custom style name. And this is supposed to be on the image. I see. It's down here. Watercolor. Previously saved custom style names appear as clickable pills. Interesting. Okay. I'd say pass, but it's not clear whether that style is going to save and what to type in there. In how much detail. So it might just put a note on that. So it is passed, but it's a bit of an odd box. Like I wouldn't know what to put in here. Custom image style, like watercolor, it's going to have really inconsistent outputs if this is feeding into our prompts, for example. Submit generation. So with the idea, template, and style selected, click generate. The form shows a loading / pending state and redirects to a generation detail page. So I'm going to go back on the presets. I'm going to hit generate carousel. We can see it's compiling and generating here. And then we have Stripe secret key is not set. So basically we haven't added our Stripe key into the dashboard. And that's why, or into the environment variables. And that's why we're probably getting this error. So we'll need to go and set up that Stripe secret key because that's throwing an error, because in the later phase it's basically supposed to deduct our credits. And as we thought, we need to add to our environment.local file. So you need to find your .env.local file in here. And we need to add our Stripe secret key, our next public Stripe publishable key, our Stripe webhook secret, and our Stripe price ID for placeholder. Okay, so it says you can use real Stripe test keys later for billing tests, but placeholders will let generation work. Okay, so we can actually just simulate this with placeholders for now. And I'm going to ask it, what about using Stripe has a test account that we can use? So tell me where to find each key inside the test account, basically. So it's given us the instructions and it says, yes, you can basically use the sandbox mode inside Stripe. So set up a new account. Once you're in there, you can add more accounts to this. So you've got various accounts through this other accounts button. Make sure that you're in the sandbox functionality mode so that you're not going to be charged any money when you're entering any tests or anything. Make sure it says switch to live account up here so that you know you're in the test environment. And then what we're going to do is go and get the keys and set up a product. So first we're going to go to dashboard, developers, API keys, secret key. So if we go to settings, then we go to developers, then we've got manage API keys, and we're going to have this publishable key and the secret key. So you're going to take that, we're going to go to our .env.local file, We've got a few secrets up there as well. And then we just copied the publishable key, sorry. So we're going to paste that in there, and you can see it's a test key. And then we will have the secret key, which we will put in there. Actually, I think I've just done the secret key in both of them. It looks like I have. So I'm going to take the publishable key and put that second. So we've got the publishable key, we've got the secret key. Now we need the webhook secret and the price ID. So we need to set up a product basically. So we go to dashboard, developers, webhooks, add endpoint. So we're in developers, literally just going to go and type in webhook at the top here and open this webhook, and it opens this workbench page. So we're going to add a destination in here. It says add endpoint URL, yourdomain.com/API/webhook/Stripe. So let's come back to that in a moment. Or for local dev, use Stripe command line interface, Stripe listen -- forward to localhost. Okay, interesting. So if we're developing locally, which we are because we're using localhost, then we're going to get Stripe to listen for any activity on the localhost 3000/API/webhook/Stripe, and then we will basically change it later to be the correct endpoint URL. But we also need to know which events we're listening out for. And then we need to create a new product as well. So we're going to add a product with a price, and then we're going to copy the price ID back to that as well. So based on the webhook handler, you're listening for these 5 events. So checkout session completed. So we'll literally be in here and we'll type in checkout.session completed. We will then add the second event, invoice.paid. And it's as simple as this, right? You have everything basically told to you. Invoice.payment failed, and then it troubleshoots if it gets it wrong. Customer.subscription.updated. And I'm sure it has another one, the customer subscription deleted. And it's saying just those basically. And it's saying that we need those because of these reasons. So for example, we need to understand when the customer subscription is deleted, because if the subscription is ended, we're going to take the action of downgrading them to free. And we're using this event to determine that as well. And we're going to hit continue. And then it's going to be a webhook endpoint. And then for local development, use the Stripe command line interface. This will forward all of our events automatically and print the webhook secret. But instead, what we might want to do is we want to get as close as possible to our realistic scenario where customers are going to actually transact on this. So what we want to do is actually probably create a tunnel between our environment here and the web. So we need to connect our local host to the web so that we can basically just use a endpoint URL. So I'm going to say that as well. So what about using an endpoint URL with a tunnel like ngrok? Can we do that instead so that we can simulate as closely as possible to the yourdomain.com? And hopefully that will come back with some suggestions on how we actually just then have basically a URL that we can put inside this destination name, and we'll put it n8n Claude code SaaS demo. And then we will put the endpoint URL once we've connected it to an ngrok tunnel, which basically just means we're connecting our laptop or computer to the web, and we get a URL where we can receive events from, and they'll be sent between it. So instead of running that thing in the command line, we're just instead simulating that by setting up a URL link. So you're going to open a new terminal by clicking the plus inside here, and it's going to open this new terminal. You're going to paste in brew install ngrok. That's going to actually then go through and install ngrok. I've already got it installed. It will take a few moments to actually install. You'll then be able to run ngrok HTTP 3000, but only after you sign up to ngrok.com and get your auth token from the dashboard. So you need to sign up through ngrok.com, and then you'll have this ngrok config add auth token, and then you're going to copy that directly. You're going to take it back to that terminal that we were just in, and you're going to paste that in and hit enter, and it's going to add that authorization token to your ngrok file, which means we can then actually run the ngrok terminal So we're going to need to go back and grab that command, which was ngrok http 3000. And what this is going to do is open up that tunnel between our local laptop and online. So we've already started one, but we've got HTTPS primeval arnoldo unsticky. And if we go to that and click through, it's going to basically allow us to access our site via a live web server. So it's going to go directly to our site there and show us that it is in fact online at this URL that we saw before. So what you're then going to do is you're going to take that URL that you just had and you're going to go back to Stripe, and inside the workbench that we were in before, type in workbench. If you're not still there, inside the webhooks, what you're going to do is actually put in the endpoint URL and the destination name with all the events that we had before, save that destination. And what you're going to be greeted with is basically a page like this that has a signing secret. Now reveal that secret and copy that secret. And you're going to take that back to your .env.local file and you're going to put it in the Stripe webhook secret file there. And then what we're going to do is create a Stripe product so that we can grab a price ID from Stripe. So if you go back into and close this workbench, you'll be able to go directly to the product catalog. We've already just created one here, but create a new product. You're going to give it a name, a description, and then give it the US dollar $29.99 a month. And this will appear for the customers. So call it something like LinkedIn Carousel Monthly. We're going to add a product. And then what you're going to do is go directly into that product. This is the LinkedIn Carousel Monthly. Go down to the price and copy price ID from there. You're going to take that back and put this inside your Stripe price ID paid inside there. You're going to paste that in, save that file with Command S or Control S, and then we're able to go back and basically start retesting. So we'll go back to Claude down here, and we accidentally closed my server. So now I have to basically go through the verification stage again, and we are asked, do we want to resume the test from test 6? Yes, we do. We want to start as high as possible because we got to test 10 before, and we're basically going to have to go through and call out that now that this has all been created, when we hit the generate carousel button, it's still got an error. And that error is just failed to start generation service. And I'm just going to type in failed to start generation service, which is the generation detail page shows a status indicator with animation. Failed to start generation service at test 10. So we're going to skip all the rest of the tests, but then I'm asking it to fix all the issues. The error is, so you can just talk to this as if it's a chat bot as well, don't forget. So you don't need to always follow the commands. If you want to fix something ASAP, then actually let's force it to go through and fix it, because it's important at this stage it gets this stuff right. And it's now asking about our n8n webhook and n8n workflow. So it's asking, do you have an n8n instance running with the carousel generation workflow? Yes, I do, but we're going to need to use n8n MCP and n8n skills for this. So I'm going to link it to the n8n MCP repository so it understands, and then also the n8n skills repository. So you can just type in n8n MCP or n8n skills Claude code, and this GitHub link here will take you to the correct place. And then I will go to my workflow, which is in my self-hosted environment, and I'm going to duplicate this workflow. And I'm going to call it SaaS, generate LinkedIn carousels, so that I can directly link now this workflow URL inside here. So it's going to install or check for n8n MCP tools, but I'm going to basically give it the webhook address, which is, or the workflow address inside here, and hopefully it can determine itself the webhook address, which would be this production URL here. It needs to be published as well. Let's make sure we publish that workflow, and it's installing the relevant n8n MCP stuff now so that actually we can run that generation as well, or understand the workflow. It can go in and actually understand the workflow. So we need to configure also our n8n MCP server. So we need to go and grab our n8n API URL, which is effectively going to be this n8n.scrapes-ai /API/v1. And then the second one, and that'll be different for your instance, is go to n8n settings and grab an API key. So you can go down here, go to your n8n API, and you can create an API key. And this one, I will have a custom expiration of Thursday before the video goes out. n8n demo. It's going to give me an API key, and we're basically going to connect that or put the API key there, and it will hopefully add it to the .env file for us. These will be added to the .env file. So what we're doing with the n8n MCP is allowing Claude Code to have access to actually create, edit, read our workflows from our n8n workflows directly. So it'll be able to actually look at the LinkedIn carousel generator that we had in here, or we have in here. We can give it this workflow URL, and it will be able to grab the webhook URL and actually set up that webhook and actually edit the things that we need to edit. So we still need to edit things like it's all running through an Airtable base at the moment, but these will actually be updating our Supabase tables, for example. Now it's trying to find the carousel workflow, and we'll give it the carousel workflow. If it doesn't find the correct one, we'll give it the URL. And it's come back and said the n8n workflow needs significant modification. So it's finally found and connected to the actual n8n workflow. There are two approaches: modify the n8n UI manually, so it can tell us the exact instructions for which nodes to change, or update via API. I can attempt to push workflow changes via the n8n API, but what I'm going to do is actually text or enter the text API update. In fact, let's just run approach 1 and see how well it does with the API update directly. Now it has access to this actual workflow, and we'll make changes directly on this workflow. It says the n8n workflow is updated. However, it can't call back the localhost environment since it's a remote server. So how would you like to test it? So let's use ngrok again. So it will set up an ngrok tunnel exactly as we did before. But also if we go back to the workflow and we refresh, you see all of these inputs that were previously Airtable nodes have now turned to set nodes. So it's going to basically be pulling the brand name, etc. from the webhook input. So it now understands that it's going to actually pull the template data, the style data, the brand data from this webhook input. It won't need this input table URL, so we can remove that node, but it's also sent a callback to the app at the end. So instead of actually updating Airtable directly, it's actually using an API or HTTP request to post the data from this first node back here with the callback URL, i.e. it's going to send the data back to our app, hopefully. So let's get it to actually use ngrok, and it needs a service role key. So what we're going to do is go to the .env.local and put Supabase service role key equals. And then what we're going to do is go directly to our Supabase dashboard again, go to settings, API keys, and then grab or reveal the service role key and actually paste that into the .env.local file. And now it's going to go through and test the webhook with that service role key. The dev server is running. Please try to generate a carousel now at /dashboard/generate and let me know what happens. So let's go and click on one of the suggestions, choose our style again, and generate carousel. Okay, it's generating, it's compiling, something seems to be happening, and perhaps it has executed the workflow. Nothing yet, so it kind of suggests that actually nothing is running in n8n directly at the moment. So something must be wrong with this. And it says preparing your carousel will take 30 to 60 seconds. It's kind of a pending / loading screen. But again, I see nothing in the executions of the n8n workflow, so I don't know what it's actually doing. So I'll say Generation has started and it's showing pending, but actually no n8n workflow has been executed. So I don't think it's actually doing anything, but it's quite a cool loading screen nonetheless. It's got preparing your carousel, takes 30 to 60 seconds, and then your idea. And then up here, it says we basically used 1 out of 3. So it's given us some sort of credit history there. And now the page is unresponsive. So let's see what it comes back with inside the terminal here now. And I'm aware this is a lot of back and forth, but I just want to demonstrate exactly how you go through and get every single bit of the spec working correctly. It's going to require a bit of back and forth from yourself. You're going to have a different experience to me. You might have fewer errors, more errors, etc. I can see a post dashboard generate completed successfully, and it's polling API generations repeatedly. The issue is that the n8n webhook call is fire and forget, so errors aren't visible. Let me check the actions code and add some debug logging. So I don't think it's actually fired the execution at all because there are none. And I can probably help it out a little bit by giving this production URL and say this is the webhook production URL. And it's saying because it's a get webhook, it might not be receiving the data, and that's why it's not running. But at the moment, it's not executed anything, so I don't think that's the main issue. So when it stops running, gets to the next point, we'll tell it this is actually the webhook you should be calling, the production URL. And it has updated it to a post webhook. And I see that actually, yeah, it is working. So the workflow should now have started. And I see it's come back with an error. So that is good because it means it's actually sending data now. However, in the standardized inputs, we've suddenly got an error that is trying to reference the get idea, where we pull all the idea information from. So this standardized inputs node will need to now reference the pass input instead. So instead, I could go into the debugging editor and work out based on the inputs that we've been sent in the webhook. We've got the idea, the brand, the voice guidelines, the product, the target audience, the CTA text. I could go in there directly and actually reference these things in here, like brand name, etc., and pull it from the pass input. However, I think for clarity, I want to show how you do that with the n8n MCP and just tell it standardized inputs is wrong, basically. And hopefully it'll figure it out for itself. So we don't need to tell it this webhook production URL. It's now going to get the details of the failed execution and start debugging it by itself. So we might not even tell it. It needs to update the standardized inputs based on the inputs from Claude Code. Now, to remind you why we're using n8n as a backend, is because we know it's consistent and reliable. And because we've built out this workflow, we know it works. So why replace it right now when we're building like this MVP version? Why replace it with code? We can't necessarily control the quality of outputs when we've already built this workflow where we can actually control those output quality and edit it very, very easily. The rest of the stuff that we're building around this is just how we access this great quality output. But if we produce this great quality output inside n8n, then let's leverage that and just amend the workflow directly. And I'm going to interrupt it directly using the escape key. And I'm just going to tell it, update the standardized inputs. The error inside n8n was because the standardized inputs set node was referencing some of the Airtable nodes that previously existed. However, now it needs to get the inputs from the other nodes like the pass inputs node. It's repeated it back to me. The standardized input node still references the old nodes, but now needs to reference the new nodes. So it's going to fix that directly in the workflow. And we'll see hopefully this go from red to actually more greens in here. So let's see in a moment. So it's getting much closer now. It's kind of standardized those inputs. So it's got this map inputs field, which is automatically pulling things like idea, the number of drafts, the brand name, etc. So it's pulling that from the webhook now and consolidated that. So that's mostly being passed in now. I think completely being passed in. Yeah, completely being passed in to the prompts in the middle there. But where it's failing now is it's trying to get this front page URL. So what we had done previously is basically pass it in the template URL for this front page that it's going to edit, basically. So it would download this URL, for example, and then it would edit that image directly. So Claude Code has tried to input this placeholder, which is just like a small image placeholder like this, but it's basically creating an error saying the resource you're requesting cannot be found. So what we need to do is tell it probably how to, or let's give it some actual URLs and tell it to host those somewhere. So let's copy that. Actually, let's copy the actual URL. Let's go back to Claude Code. Successful webhook callbacks coming through ngrok. However, we know it's not working properly. But let's actually open the app, sign in, go to the generate page, select a brand and template, and submit. Let's actually go and see if it gets a bit further, if we have the actual template URLs. We'll give it a go before giving it some URLs to actually use in a test. Let's actually try and do it through the web app. Let's go to the generate page. Let's click an idea. Let's choose a style, monofocus. Choose an image style. Let's generate a carousel. And what we're looking for is, has it actually activated the workflow? And will it pass through actual data into the workflow properly? So if we go back to the workflow, we go to executions, and it seems to have actually activated this time. So let's see at which point it errors. And you can see we've had quite a few errors so far. Now I could go in and actually, play around with n8n and get it to fix the errors, but I want to show how powerful Claude Code is when you can get it to actually do the work for you, although it will probably take a little bit longer to do it this way. But undoubtedly it will hit an error at some point. There we go, 33 seconds in. Let's see what error we had now. Again, it's getting that template front page. So let's go debug in editor. Let's go into that node and see. Again, it's just trying to pull this random placeholder image URL, which it can't download inside n8n. So the workflow now activates, but we're still having trouble getting the front page, content page, and CTA page URLs, because what we've done is put in some placeholder URLs that n8n can't download. What if I give you the URLs for the different templates that I have? So we go through every single template, or let's do 3 templates actually to start with, and I'll give you the front page, the CTA page, and the content page URLs where you can download them and then host those images somewhere and then use an actual URL. The same with the image templates and image styles. Why don't we get the 4 styles? I'll give you a URL that you can download from Airtable, and then you can actually upload those and host them somewhere and have proper URLs in the database. So I'm kind of saying, let me help you out a little bit here, because at the moment we're hitting error after error, and actually we're not too far away from getting this n8n workflow functional, because it's going to be passing back the data. Now what we're doing is, instead of interacting with the database directly, is we're just going to be passing back that data, and then the database stuff is dealt with in the code directly. So it says that makes sense. The placeholder URLs won't work for actual editing. Give me, for 3 templates, template name, front page image URL, basically all the image URL stuff. So I'll download them from Airtable, upload them to a permanent host like ImageBB, and use the database with the real, update the database with the real URLs. So I'm literally just going to go to our Airtable and say, can we just test the download and upload process? with one URL to start with. So we have to open this image in a new link. Let's copy this URL. So it's not this URL I've just added, actually. I want it basically to show me it can do it before it goes all the way and then decides that it's not going to be able to do this. So I'm kind of breaking down the steps myself. So I'm going to paste that URL. Let's check it, and then let's do it for the 3 templates and the 4 image styles, if that works. It's looking for an image BB key, API key. So image BB is a free service that you can use to upload files. So all you need to do is go to imagebb.com, go to your profile. You can see I've tested this a lot. I've got 2,276 images. We'll go to settings, and it's api.imagebb.com, and we can basically copy that API key from there, and we'll come back and we will give it that API key. And actually, instead of ImageBB, it's just said, actually, instead, let me set up a Supabase storage because we already have the service role key, and I'll create a public bucket for the template images. So that actually works for us. We don't need the API key there. We've got a public URL here, so we should be able to see this if we command and click this open. Yes, okay, great. So it's stored that image now in that Supabase database. So actually it's stored where we're going to interact with them anyway. So I've just said, first, I'm going to give you one example rather than 3 of each, so you can get to work doing the overall infrastructure. And then I've also mentioned that in the image styles, if I go back to the table, what's most important for the image styles is actually this design style text rather than the examples. The image here is just a display image, whereas actually what we should be passing through to the workflow is the design style. So the style name I'm passing through is this technical annotation and realism. And I've also given it this top bold template and the URLs there to get started on that. So I'll paste that all in, and it can get started on that. And whilst it does that, I'm going to pull 2 other templates that I like and the other image styles, so that once it's done that, it's very quick to update. So it's added that one whilst I went away and got all the image URLs, etc. And it's saying the workflow is working, all the image generation steps completed successfully. It downloaded the template from Supabase, the carousel prompts, and Gemini edited all 3 template images, which were uploaded to ImageBB. So let's take a look. And this should be as if they've worked. So 3 morning habits for peak productivity. Stop hitting snooze on your potential. I like it. Then we've got the content page. Let's open that one. The PM prep. Spend 10 minutes tonight listing tomorrow's top 3 tasks. Reduce decision fatigue before you even wake up. So again, it's using that technical annotation style, which is great. And then it's got the CTA. Let's open that, make sure that's generated successfully, but it looks like it's now passing the correct URLs through and actually generating a successful run. And it said it only failed on the final step because it used a fake generation ID that doesn't exist. So now we can basically go back to the template and try and create a real generation. But what I should do first is actually give them the remaining template and style URLs, and then we can test afterwards. So let's go and do that now. If I paste that into the box. So here are the other style and image URLs, then we'll test it. And I'm just pasting in all of the different URLs and design styles from the all the assets we'd set up previously. So all these image templates and the design styles. And then once it's added those, they should be available to actually see when we actually go to create or generate an idea. And hopefully now that generates ideas for us. So it's now updated them all successfully. It says it's added the templates, it's added the image styles. The n8n workflow should now be able to run and test through the app. So there's kind of one thing I want to change in here when I'm generating an idea, which is the point was to have subtle as the template up there. And then the first page, the content page and the CTA page, but it's obviously misunderstood that in the original brief. And then what we have successfully done is put the different types of image styles down here, because you can see if I click on the templates, we've got the bold one there, the dynamic one there, but all of the others like story, none of them exist. So what it should be is minimal, and then like minimal should be subtle basically, and professional should be bold, and creative should be dynamic. And then that should show, on this screen, page 1, page 2, page 3 of that. So I'm willing to do two things. Firstly, we're just going to click on it and actually click on, let's do comic strip storyboard for the idea that we've just passed through, and then click generate carousel. We're going to run out of credits in the minute. We've got 1 credit remaining. We've got a nice warning there. Hopefully that starts processing that, but I'm also going to tell it that, for example, I want to change this layout. This looks great when I'm now testing it. However, the visuals on the style and generate page aren't quite what I wanted. So where we're picking a template and it says minimal, professional, creative, and story, that template should actually be the template name, like subtle. And then the 3 images that show below that on the 3 image grid should be the front page of subtle, the content page of subtle, and the call to action page of subtle. So actually, based on the templates, we should have the different tabs like subtle, bold, dynamic. Whereas now we've got minimal, professional, creative, and story, and those should change. So let's ask it to do that whilst we also generate the carousel. This obviously needs to change because it takes longer than 30 to 60 seconds because it's quite a complex solution, but hopefully now we're generating. Yes, we're a minute into actually running this. So hopefully we get our first outputs and they actually display on the screen. Hopefully, we'll see. Let's watch the workflow and we'll see as that executes what we get at the end. And it says it's now done that. So let's go in and check. And if we're on dashboard/generate, what's really cool is we can see that the potential of this app, which is like we've now reached our monthly limit, which is 3 out of 3 carousels used, and it resets next month, 27th Feb. And I can click the button to upgrade. That probably won't work for now. So what we're going to go to is the actual database. And if we see the database transactions, we can see that they've been working correctly. So for this generation ID and a given user ID, it's been deducting credits off of me, which is brilliant. But what I can do is hopefully go in and manually give myself higher credits because I'm the owner of the database. So let's just give me a 10 credits limit for now. And then hopefully when we refresh that user, they will have a few more credits. And you can see that generations have been stored in here as well, and whether they failed or they're pending. We've got the image styles inside here. The different image styles have been stored, name, description. We've got the templates, which have been stored in here, but obviously we're only interested in the ones we've added in, not these placeholder ones. So yeah, let's go back and see if we go back to generate, see if we've now got 10 credits. We seem to have 7 credits remaining now. Let's click that. And now we can suddenly see that we've got subtle, we've got bold, and that is correctly showing the front page, the content page, and the CTA page. We've got our dynamic one in here. So that is showing correctly, but we need to get rid of and clean out the database. So let's get rid of all the ones that are not the ones we've added in. So dynamic, bold, and subtle. Let's just delete those 9 rows. And now what we should have is a cleaner looking page. If we refresh this, let's try and generate again. So we have subtle, bold, and dynamic, and that is now showing our carousel templates up there, which is brilliant. And we can't open it up to see them in full detail at the moment, but that doesn't really matter. Let's go back to our n8n workflow. It's been running for 7 minutes, which seems like quite a long time. So what we can do is go back to executions and refresh, and then maybe in a few moments it will finish that execution and we can see what's been done or whether it's errored or whatever. The n8n workflow is finished and it's called back to the app. So it's actually sent, back to the app to say everything has worked as expected, and it's sent also the image URLs back to the app. So I've come back to this page and it seems to still be in this loading state. So that's an issue that we need to raise. But let's reload. Let's see if it's available anywhere in our dashboard instead. Still on the loading state. So that is incorrect. Let's go to the dashboard. And I really like how it says, 3 out of 10 credits have been used. I think that's really clever. So when we're back in the dashboard, it's got no carousels yet. The history is not there and the loading page didn't work. But when we go to the actual Supabase database, we can see that in the generations table, it has actually completed this and marked it as completed. And it's also returned, I believe, the correct image PB. Yeah, that's right. URLs. So it is actually working. It's just right now, it's not rendering them on the page. So we'll go back and say the generation loading page didn't render the results, despite the workflow returning the URLs. The main page shows no carousels generated, but I can see in the generations table in Supabase that the generation did complete. So there's no way of me at the moment through the UI seeing the generations slide by slide. Now, this is of course still part of phase 3, and this is the most complex part of our generation process because we've connected it up using the n8n MCP. We've edited the n8n workflows. We've now got it actually rendering and working with our backend flow in the backend and showing things on the screen. We just need to get them actually showing now, displaying, and then we can move back onto verifying phase 4, get back onto the GSD process. But we've already seen some of the O4 stuff working correctly, which was the usage tracking. So it was showing our credits go down and things like that. So I'm quite confident O4 will be good. And then we'll have O5 and O6, and then finally O7 when we will pull together everything in the app. So let's see if it can sort out this and display our previous generations now. So it's made the following fixes. It should now have an improved dashboard page where it has a create carousel button. It has a view history button, which now actually links to a new page, which is the history page. It generates for the loading page. It should actually refresh now and show the generation, and the history page should now be completed. So let's go and have a look. And once we refresh, we can already see that the recent carousels, it's really cool actually. It's giving us like a live update on which ones have been generated, which ones are pending, which ones have failed. And we can actually then hopefully click into it. Yeah, great. So if we click into it, it completed 27 minutes ago. We can regenerate it with a different style. That's very cool. 7 slides generated, drag to reorder the slides. Very cool, very cool. Okay, I really like this. We can customize the slides. We can hopefully, let's see, download a PDF. This might not work. It might just be a button that leads to nowhere. And we can download them as a zip. We can definitely download them as a zip. That seemed to have worked. Download PDF is just struggling, but it might be my connection. Let's have a look. Has it downloaded them as a PDF successfully? It has, but it's they're very enlarged, and it has a missing page. So the PDF format is not quite there yet. And then we have the original idea, why small business owners are switching to smarter strategies. It's got the brand, it's got the template, it's got the style there. Very cool. I really like this. And we can actually just maybe get rid of one as well. Oh, I like that a lot. That's actually more powerful than what we've got inside the library inside here, because when we actually generate a draft post, it's really difficult, or more difficult, to just delete one of these posts, whereas this is actually very, very straightforward to just delete it immediately from there. So let's go back to the history. It's got the generation history here. All of these generations kind of failed or were pending, so we've got no others that actually we can look at the moment. Yeah, and it's got a bit of an error there where actually, something's happened there a bit. Okay, the history page seems to have disappeared, but I really like how we can regenerate this with a different style or create another, and that will link us back to the generation page. Let's try regenerate with the different style. Let's do bold, and let's do whiteboard diagram, and let's ask it to regenerate. And then hopefully what we see now is inside the n8n workflow, it's going to create another execution. Great, that is now running. So it's set up something we haven't asked for, which is better than we asked for, basically a regeneration phase. And it's going to actually recreate that and put it back in our dashboard. So now that we've got to that point, we finally got near the end of the verification of phase 3. And I think we've done a little bit of phase 4, 5 with that. But let's go back and actually do /GSD, verify work, phase 3. And let's run that again. And let's just go through and make sure that we have completed phase 3 correctly. And that actually then we can move on to phase 4, 5, and 6. And those will be much simpler because we've already executed them. It's just actually going through and verifying them. And I think we've already verified things like usage tracking is working correctly. So it should be hopefully a bit more straightforward from this point on. n8n workflow completed, and it refreshed on this page. So it actually did show us the end page of where the carousel was ready. And we can see that we've got the full carousel in here that we can obviously download or delete slides. The only thing we can't do is actually click into those slides. But at this point, we just want to get the full app working and then come back to the optimizations of the app. And then it's asked us in the verification stage, would we like to resume or start fresh? Let's resume from where we were, from test 10 onwards, and we'll do test 10 to 18 as part of the verification stage of phase 3, and then we'll move on to verifying phase 4. So after a few hours, we're back at test 10, which is submitting the generation. So when you click generate, does it show a loading pending state? Well, we've already seen that it does. However, it says it's going to take 30 to 60 seconds, whereas actually it's like 5 to 10 minutes in reality. But the loading state does actually work, yes. And hopefully that will give it a bit more of a like, okay, I need to fix something about it, but it has passed the actual test. So it's like an optimization. Pass, noted, timing estimate inaccurate, says 30 to 60 seconds, actually 5 to 10 minutes. So we're updating again the UAT file, and we're moving on to test 11. Generation status. The generation detail page shows a status indicator with animation. It displays your original idea while waiting. I believe it did. Let's go and generate a new idea. Let's click on one of these, choose a style. Let's choose subtle. Let's choose storyboard. Let's generate a carousel. It shows your idea. It shows the loading symbol, yes. Updating the user acceptance testing file, the UAT file. Move on to test 12. The status automatically updates every few seconds. No manual refresh needed. So this pulsing bar is not working correctly. However, I have seen before that it is polling because as soon as the workflow is done and this execution is done, which will take 5 to 10 minutes, then I saw that it does refresh. So I'm going to put pass for that one. Let's move on to test 13 once we've updated the UAT. When generation completes, a grid of slide thumbnails appears. All slides are visible at once. I'm going to say yes, but I can't open a slide in full or larger view. I can just see kind of almost like a cropped version of the slide. So again, it will pass it, but it will give it a note to come back and actually fix that issue. Let's move on to test 14. Click any slide thumbnail to open it in a larger dialog modal view with the previous next navigation. So let's go back, or let's open a new page with one that's been created before. And if we double click into it, we can't actually open any modal. Click any slide thumbnail to open it in a larger modal view with previous to next navigation. Doesn't seem to be working. So this is one more major issue. The user needs to be able to click into those slides and see them large, see the whole carousel slid through. That was one of the key requirements when we specified it previously. Let's keep an eye on this other workflow. It's been running for 3 minutes now. Okay, so it's moved on. Below the slides, the AI generated post copy is displayed. I don't think it was actually. No, so it's got the original idea, but it does not have the post body, which is critical. Does not show post body at all. It just shows the original idea underneath the slides. And this is why you can see why you do it in such granular detail, because there's so many things to consider. All these requirements would take weeks to build out by yourself, but actually doing it with Claude Code, albeit it's taken a fair few hours over days, is significantly quicker and less painful. And I can do things in the background whilst this runs too. Okay, copy post text. Well, skip because it's blocked by the previous text. We can't copy the post text if it doesn't exist. And I'm really keen as well to not move on from phase 3 until we've properly sorted all of these issues, because this is the most important part of the app. This is the value it gives to the user. Generation metadata. Result page shows which brand, template, and style we used, plus creation date. Yes, it does. We have the brand, the template, and the style. And we also did have somewhere the date it was created. Yes, so we got it at the top, look, 4 minutes ago. And this is the one that's just been created. So it is polling correctly because it's refreshed the page for us and it's got the details that it's asking for. Yes, it's going to update the UAT and move on to the final phase 3 test. And then we can rerun to just fix those errors that had occurred before. Those should be fairly easy fixes. If a generation fails, an error message displays with a try again button that returns to the generate page. Let's have a look. Let's go to the dashboard. Let's look at any failed generations. Oh, brilliant. It does have a try again. And then if we go back, it will go back to the generate page. Great. That's pass. So that is the end of the verification for phase 3. But what we want to do is just fix those issues that are blocking phase 3 from being completed, because they're actually critical issues that we want to get right, like the user being able to enlarge an image and the post body to be below that generation as well. And the 2 issues were slide enlargement and post copy display, or the 2 major issues. So it's now going and diagnosing those root causes, and will probably give us a chance to automatically start fixing those before we move on. So it's got some recommended fixes. Test 14, it's going to fix itself, which is like a modal for looking through the slides enlarged, enlarge basically. And test 15 is an n8n workflow fix, where it generates the post copy, but we're already doing that. I want to make sure that it understands we're already doing this in the body and carousel prompts. So it's already got a post body output. It just needs to include it in the callback. So for test 14, go ahead and fix it. And then for test 15, you actually already have a field in the body and carousel prompts node output called post underscore copy or post underscore body. And that is just what we should be returning and displaying on the page. So we'll let it go through and fix those. And then once those are fixed, we can move on to phase 4. It's applied the fixes now, and we made a small edit to the n8n workflow. And we made sure it was basically sending the right data. It was sending the post body, but it was assuming the post body was passed to it in this last node. The post body had actually come from this carousel LLM chain. So all I've done is updated the node to make sure the post body appears in there. I've rerun it by pinning some data, and then I've gone in and loaded it back up again. And we've got not only this view tab And this looks very cool. Look, slide 1 out of 7 with this next and previous button, so we can see the carousel in full detail. But also down below, we've got the post copy. So hard work isn't enough anymore. The hustle is broken. Small business owners are realizing that grinding 16 hours a day doesn't guarantee growth. It often guarantees burnout. So the original idea that came from was why small business owners are switching to smarter strategies. And then it talks about the different strategies or the different ways that you're actually burning out in those slides. So extremely cool. I think this is now done and ready, the verification of phase 3. So we can move on to phase 4 and verifying actual usage stats like the the credits being deducted, etc. from our account. You can see we've got 5 out of 10 at the moment. So we've run GSD verify work 4 and we're on test 1, which is the usage display in the header. So the dashboard header shows the usage meter in compact node. So an icon plus, basically 1 out of 3. And if you're a free tier user, the limit should be 3. Gosh, that was harder to say than I thought it would be. So we're going to refresh on the dashboard page. We have the 5 out of 10 little limit there. We had 3 before. We knew that worked. So we're going to hit pass on that. When you're going through this, you realize why it uses so many tokens, because actually it's updating in so many places, but it's important to have the context there. The usage status colors, usage meter shows green when under 50%, yellow at 50 to 79%, orange. Well, I think that's correct, because actually if we create a new one, it will probably, let's just do a random one. Let's do it dynamic style. Let's do it with technical annotation and generate. And this will update to, okay, we've used 6 out of 10. That's quite confusing, but it is what it is. We've used 6 out of 10 rather than got 6 out of 10 left. So I'm going to say yes. However, 6 out of 10 in this case shows that actually we've used 6, not that we've got 6 left, whereas it should show what we've got left. And again, that will be a pass, but FX, nothing major, just an aesthetics thing. The reset date is visible. So when viewing the full usage meter, the next reset date is displayed. Where do we find the full usage meter? 0 out of 3 carousels. Not really seeing that at all. Maybe if we go to view history. We don't at the moment have a full usage meter displayed anywhere. For example, the settings tab is totally grayed out, so we can't actually use it. Generation deducts credits. So after generating carousel, the usage count increments by 1. It does, but like we said before, it should actually be not the usage count on display, but how many credits are remaining. So it should be 2 out of 3, then becomes 1 out of 3 left. A bit of simple UI design logic there is actually what we need, not something incrementing to say we've used all of them. It's like, how many have we got left? Our mind's thinking what we've actually got remaining, not what we've used. We don't really care about what we've used because we're just paying for what we've got left. At least that's what my opinion on it is. Okay, test 5, quota block when exceeded. When you've used all your credits, it will say monthly limit reached. We saw that before in red. It said we basically needed to upgrade, and the upgrade CTA was there, but it didn't actually work. When I tried to click on it off camera, it didn't work at all. So we're going to need to get that working. But that will be probably in conjunction with the Stripe billing there. When not blocked, generation wizard shows X credits remaining above the form. Okay, let's go and try and create. 4 credits remaining. Yes, it does. Yeah. When usage reaches 80% on free tier, an upgrade prompt appears alongside the usage display. So let's use a few more to see. Choose some random styles, notebook. Let's generate the carousel. Let's go back to generate again. Let's generate another one. Use that same style, but comic book. We're just trying to get to this 80%, so 2 credits left. We can see this has now turned orange up there. Let's go back to generate. 2 credits remaining, low, nice. I really like that. Some prompts there. Yes, that is true. UAT complete. It found some major issues that we spoke about. It's diagnosing the root causes. It's doing the usual verify, work out root causes, ask us if we want it to fix. And I think for now, there's nothing major. They are just, usage things here. We could actually go back and fix those, but I think time is better spent actually verifying 5 and 6 and then executing on plan 7, phase 7, which was like optimization and working out those bits. So those bits can actually be put into optimization unless it has like a really quick fix that it will do for those. I decided to go ahead and get those bits done. So I reran it with just get those fixed basically. And now you can see it's focused on what's remaining, 2 credits remaining, resets Feb 27th, upgrade here for 10 more carousels a month. I don't think this link is going to work at the moment. Oh, it does work actually. And it's got the billing page, which didn't exist before. This history thing needs to be sorted, but it's not a major problem. But we can basically go in and upgrade to a paid plan. Oh, okay, good. And it takes us to this actual checkout for Stripe. And what I don't want to do is jump ahead of myself. So what we should do instead is go GSD verify work, phase 5, which is all about Stripe billing. So it'll probably take us through those. So I'm happy with phase 4 now. Let's verify phase 5 and work through that. Or something funky is happening with the screen here. I've had this twice today. I'm not sure exactly what's happening, but hopefully it sorts itself out in a moment. Sometimes you just have to pull the plug. So I stopped the server by hitting Control-C, Control-C 2 times in a row. It stopped that server and I've restarted it again. I've had to install my node manager or something similar again. So if you're coming across the error that readable stream is not defined, then you might also need to run nvm install 20 and then rerun Claude -- dangerously skip permissions. And that will hopefully reopen it. And then all I'm going to do is save the previous phase. Once it's completed a phase, it's going to save that access. So now we're on to the tests from the Stripe billing point of view. So we've got a UAT for Stripe billing based on what it's executed before. So we're now going to go to the billing page and page load showing your current plan, free or pro. Let's go to /billing and it will show that we are on free. It's not very clear, but it shows we're on free. And we can upgrade to paid for $29.99 a month. So it does show that. On billing page as free tier user, see the plan comparison showing free versus pro with the upgrade button. Yes, it does show us that. Upgrade button redirects to Stripe. We've already seen that. Upgrade to paid. It's going to render the Stripe page. Pass, which is brilliant. After upgrading, billing page shows pro plan with status badge active, usage meter and renewal date. So a trick here, if you've never used a test Stripe account, is actually you can type in 424242, just keep typing in 42, put in a random month in the future, 10/28, and then 424, test card. And what you can do is pay and subscribe with that. That will always work on a Stripe test account. It knows it's a test transaction. It's going to tick there. We're going to come back and hopefully we are going to, when we go to the billing page, this hasn't worked. It's got 2 out of 10 remaining still. But if we go to the billing page, go /billing again, there is a problem here that we don't want to be typing that in. Then it still shows that we're on the free plan, which is odd. So what we'll do is say fail. I've just used the test Stripe accounts details to make a payment to upgrade, but actually when the payment's gone through, a couple of things are wrong. One, it doesn't show me back to the billing page, and there's no way to get there because the settings are blocked out. So I had to go to the browser and type in /billing, but also it hasn't, at least visually in the UI, updated my status to an active user with new usage. And that includes on the bottom left corner where it's got still got the free plan sign and 2 out of 10 credits remaining, whereas it should show more than that now. So as we've been doing so far, we describe all of our problems in here, and it will basically help us by noting that on test 4 and actually then going and fixing it if that is a blocker for us, which in this case it is. As a paid user, the manage subscription button is visible. Let's go back. I can't see a manage subscription button at all. No manage subscription button. And then test 6. On the generate page, when usage reaches 80%, the upgrade prompts links to dashboard billing. So let's go to generate again. It doesn't actually have an upgrade prompts there. So fail again. When we reach the 80% usage, it just shows low usage. It doesn't give us an update prompt or button at all. So all tests are now complete. It's going to update the UAT file, and we're going to go through and of course execute those fixes again. So there were fewer things to test this time, but clearly there's some deeper rooted issues here. So we're going to go through and allow it to find the core root issues and then actually hopefully fix those, and we'll go through it and we'll do that verification again. There we go, 3 issues found, diagnosing root causes. Once you've used this a couple of times, you start to understand the process, and it's just the same again. But obviously, these are really important tests we're doing, because if we're going to put this MVP out into the public, we want it to be foolproof and error-proof and testing everything that's possible there. It's gone and updated that for us. So let's go through and actually do the verification again. But this time, let's just go directly there. We'll go to our dashboard again. Let's click upgrade. Let's upgrade to the paid plan. Do the same again. 1028, 424. And pay and subscribe. Hopefully that's now going to take us back. And this time, actually upgrade us to the paid plan. Still showing for some reason that free plan. It's not quite understood that it's us. Yeah, still showing a free plan there. So it hasn't actually worked. So the subscription status is not updating still. Let's go to the database and just go to the user subscriptions. And yeah, it hasn't even updated in the user subscriptions. So it's still saying that we're a free user, and we've had no Stripe webhook events. This might be why. It might not have got the webhook event and therefore not have updated our credit transactions, because we've not got a credit transaction, and then also not upgraded our user subscription. So this still isn't working. I tried to go through the test payment again, but it hasn't updated the database. There's been no webhook events. There's been no change in the user subscription from free to paid. And the credit transactions also don't show a record of it. Let's see if it's fixed the upgrade link. If we go to create, it now has the upgrade button, which leads to the correct upgrade page. So it has fixed that issue at least, but right now we're still having issues. And what Claude Code seems to think it is actually because if we're not receiving, if the Stripe webhook isn't reaching our application, it probably means that that tunnel we created between our local host using ngrok to actually connect to the Stripe webhook perhaps hasn't worked as we thought it would. Start the Stripe command line interface webhook forwarding in a separate terminal. So we'll open a new terminal up here. We will paste in, once it loads, Stripe listen to this. Stripe command line interface will output a new webhook signing secret. Okay, API key expired. This might be why. Okay, let's paste that back in. Then we need to take it once it works and put it into the .env.local file and restart to pick up that secret, basically. Run this command, Stripe login. Okay, understood. So we will run the command Stripe login from our terminal. We'll press enter to open the browser. And we've got a pairing code in here, which authenticates our session with Stripe in our sandbox. Your Stripe command line information version doesn't support logging into a sandbox. Update your Stripe CLI. Okay, we're going to need to update. So let's go back to Claude Code again. This is the most important part of the app. If we can't charge users for it, then what's the point in turning it into a SaaS in the first place? So let's run Stripe update, then Stripe login again. Stripe update isn't a command. Bit of back and forth. Okay, we're going to run this. Brew upgrade Stripe CLI Stripe, and that one didn't work either. So let's try just uninstalling it and installing it again. Let's just clear this. Try running this command again. See what it's got for us. Okay, it seems to be doing something now, installing. Let's go back and look at the next thing we need to do for it. Okay, it's installed. That's good. And now let's try Stripe login again. Now we've got the correct command. Let's clear this. Try Stripe login. Okay, we've now got the most recent version. So let's hit enter. Let's go to our demo account here. And it's still saying doesn't support logging into the sandbox. So paste this back in. This is real granular troubleshooting here. And it might be easier for you because I've got this old version installed clearly, whereas now it's given me a command to actually install this new one. Let's find where Homebrew installed the new one. Let's copy this back. And it was about a year ago that I installed this. Still messing around with Stripe webhooks a year later, it seems. So it was installed here and it booted me straight out of VS Code. So that's good. So this is that thing again where you can actually run these commands by yourself. Get Claude Code to actually run these commands for you by just telling it, run it for me. But sometimes I find it easier to just go to the new terminal and start typing them in to actually troubleshoot a little bit with it. So I'm understanding what's actually going on. Okay, we're running this. And then we're verifying with Stripe version 1.340. Hooray. So this is now working. Let's try Stripe login again. And we should have the latest version now. This would be so difficult without Claude Code, honestly, doing this kind of thing without Claude Code. Let's try it here, Stripe login. Open this. Hopefully this time, third time lucky. Hooray, allow access. Great, so we now have access and we can go back to the command line interface. It's now given us an account ID, which will expire after 90 days. So now we can run this, Stripe listen, basically getting it to forward any webhook events to our local host. We will be listening to the Stripe events basically through this command line. And then we've got a webhook signing secret, which we can now go and take and put in .env.local And that will be the Stripe webhook secret there that we're going to replace. We're going to save that. I'm going to tell it I've done it. So move on to the next bit, and hopefully we're going to be able to now retest everything. So keep Stripe listen running in that terminal, restart your dev server to pick up the new secret. So we need to keep this Stripe listen command running inside this terminal. I'm just going to tell it to restart the dev server, and it should be able to restart it for us. And then we will go back to the billing dashboard and try this all again, see if it picks up the webhook. Okay, dev server is running. Let's sign in. We signed in. Let's go to the billing. And to do that, we still have to go /billing here. Good to see some recent carousels actually having been produced here as well. And supposedly in this little window here, I'm just going to clear. Oh no, we can't clear. We should see the Stripe webhook events start appearing in this little terminal now, as soon as we start to actually receive them. So we're going to try and update again, put in the Stripe fake credentials, 424, test, pay and subscribe. And now we're looking for the magic to happen. Okay, great. So we are receiving payment intent succeeded, customer created, charge succeeded. There's a bit of funky formatting again. I'm not sure what's happened there. We might have to restart in a moment, but right now I'm pleased that it's coming through, and I see now in the billing window, it's got 10 carousels per month. We're on the $29.99 a month. It renews on Jan the 27th, which is not correct. It should be renews a month later. And we've got this manage subscription button now, which will actually, if we click it, probably take us to Stripe to manage our subscription. Your next billing date is Feb 27th. We can cancel. We can do anything from that. So that is all working correctly. We're going to have to close this terminal because the formatting's gone crazy again. So we're going to kill that terminal. We're going to keep the Stripe one open, and we're going to kill the previous one. We'll open a new terminal and we'll run Claude dangerously skip permissions to reopen it. We've got readable stream is not defined again. So we're going to have to put in that same command. And I just got this from Gemini. So we've got nvm install 20, nvm use 20. And now Claude dangerously skip permissions. So I think it just can't find the right node version. That's why it's struggling a little bit. Yours might not have this issue. I could do a more permanent fix for this too. But right now we're just worried about continuing this. So if we go back to the carousel creator, this was all working correctly. We've got 10 out of 10 remaining. It resets Feb 27th. This is incorrect. So it says renews on Jan 27th. But what we're going to do is GSD verify work, phase 5, and then it should ask us if we want to resume from where we were at before. And then we will say yes to that, and we can move on to phase 6 then. So we're going through the verification again. Test 2, the subscription status updates immediately, and it did. When we came back here, it's updated. It's got 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 resets Feb 27th there. Test 3, the manage subscription button is there. And actually we clicked on it and it was the Stripe portal inside that as well. So that is working too. So it's working a lot better now. You can see how when you go at it feature by feature, it takes a little bit of time, but you get there in the end. It has an upgrade prompt. We saw that at 80% usage on the generation page. Yeah. I'm also intrigued whether it's actually change things in the user subscriptions. Yes, great. So it's changed me to a paid member, and we can see the webhook events have all been recorded in there as well. Everything sent from Stripe has been recorded in there. So we are now processing payments correctly, albeit on a completely test or sandbox environment. All we need to do is actually publish our website and then connect it up to that. So it said, okay, great. Phase 5 is now verified. So we can move on to phase 6, but also then go on to the phase 7, polish and optimization. User experience, a delightful, error-free product with smooth interactions. So let's go on and do GSD Verify Work 6, which was all about downloading the outputs. So we're nearly there now. We've got downloading the outputs, and then we've got actually just putting some polish together to make it look really good. And if we go into the dashboard, now before moving on to verification of phase 6, I actually decided to just run GSD plan phase 7 and GSD execute phase 7, so that whilst I was away from my computer, it could actually go through and do the polish and optimization. So when we next look and try to verify the downloads, it might look a little bit different than what we've just seen, because phase 7 was all about actually just planning out and polishing the user experience. So if we go down to phase 7, polish and optimization. So error messages are user-friendly, all forms have loading states, animations are smooth, toast notifications appear for success and error and warning notes, empty states guide users, e.g. no carousels yet, first-time users see onboarding flow explaining key features, interactive demo on landing page shows carousel generation process. So there's lots of things that will have been done that are just to improve that user experience. And that's why I decided to execute phase 7 now. So let's go back and verify phase 6, and then we can actually go through and verify phase 7 as well. So we're going to go down here, GSD verify work, phase 6, and it's actually asked us to first do this, which is actually as part of the phase 7 verification first. Go to clear local storage by going to DevTools, Application, Local Storage, and Delete. Navigate back to the local host, and then it should actually give us a video tour of all of the elements, and then we can click through all steps. So basically, it's like a user onboarding as soon as you hit the website, but we need to basically clear our cookies from that so that we are effectively looking like a new user visiting the website. So we're just going to restart the server first to get that back up and running. And it's probably just a little bit overloaded with all the changes we've been making. That's back up and running correctly now. So it wants us to delete the or clear the local storage. So on Mac, I'm going to hit Command, Option, and I. It's going to open this DevTools window. We're going to go to Application down here, and then local storage on here for our local host. And we're just going to remove it with this X here. And what that's going to do is basically treat us as a new user coming into this. And that's how it triggers this, or that's how it supposedly triggers this onboarding. So now it thinks we're a new user. Look, we've got this onboarding that it's created for us. So create your first carousel, start here, enter your idea, create a brand profile. You can view your carousel history, download, edit, or regenerate, although that's got a soon button. And then the usage tracking, that's brilliant. Okay, great. The onboarding works really well. However, the history button that it links to is not available to be clicked. It still says coming soon. So again, we just point out things as we go through. And again, we've got these like carousel preview issues. So we'll click on one of these, see if the carousel is actually available inside there. So you're going to work through some of these issues as you go through your own project here. But they're all minor issues that it's able to solve on your behalf. The history link is now enabled. Refresh your browser. And it is. But we might also tell it the settings link is not enabled yet. Okay, it says plan 0706 is complete. Let me update the project state and check if phase 7 is now fully complete. So it's still in the process of effectively going through that phase 7 execution. And then we can go back and actually do the manual user acceptance testing for phase 6 and phase 7. And while we're there, we can click into the history button and see the generation history. So it now exists. And we've got all of these generations that we've previously done, often with 7 slides for some reason. And while we are there, let's just go to GitHub to our project, the Carousel Creator SaaS. And let's just check it has been committing things. So we've got 25 commits. The last said it was 4 days ago. So that is a bit of an issue because that means it hasn't been committing everything we've been doing. So let's make sure we tell it to commit that project to GitHub, and we can queue messages here. So the GitHub commit history suggests you haven't been committing the commits to GitHub. So can we make sure we do a commit now? And if we enter that, it will basically queue that message. So as soon as it's finished thinking, it will go through. And now look, immediately as I said that, it's now going to read that and obviously make the commits to GitHub. It's important to check these things because it's got so much to do. It might forget sometimes what it needs to actually stick to. So it says the history link is now enabled. You can verify phase 7. You can also run the /GSD audit milestone to audit overall project completion, which we haven't done yet. So we'll make sure to do that and then deploy it to production when ready. So we can put it on a domain instead of our local host, for example. Done. All 143 commits have been pushed to GitHub. The repo is now up to date. So let's go in here and make sure that's true. Great. So it has committed individual bits there. It just wasn't doing it as we went along. So let's go through and actually do verify work 6 again before we go to the audit milestone. And if we go to the audit milestone in the repository, it's basically verifying that the milestone achieved its definition of done, which will be in the project plan that it set out in the first place. And it will go through all the different and relevant phases of the project to check that. Also, the settings button still says coming soon and doesn't link to anything. It should probably link to the ability to manage our subscription. And I'm going to queue that message for after the verification stage. I'm going to throw in that message to fix that settings button, which says coming soon and should actually be available for users to click. So let's reload the page because it's saying the settings is now billing and it links to the dashboard /billing. So this should be now a billing feature that allows somebody to go and, manage their subscription. Whereas before we had to type in /billing to get to that page. If in doubt, also just ask Claude Code. So it was just taking forever to load any page. So I said, my dev server seems to be a bit overloaded, takes forever to load. What can we do to help with that? And it's cleared the cache and restarted the server and basically tested the loading times, homepage 0.58 seconds, dashboard routes 10 milliseconds. And when I go back, I can actually click now between the different buttons very quickly. Whereas before it was taking forever just because we built up so much data in the back end. So I can see now my subscription. We've used 0 out of 10 carousels. This date is wrong. So let's just mention those. So the billing page shows renews on Jan 27th, but should actually be in line with the credit renewal date, which is Feb 27th. And then when we click the manage subscription, it obviously takes us to our ability to cancel the subscription, etc. as well. It's amazing that it can set all of this up for you. Like you could literally sell this as a SaaS once we deploy it online and start making money from day 2, focus on distribution. This should be a fairly easy fix. Then we can go back into the verification of phase 6. And phase 6 was all about the downloads and viewing the historic production, basically. So what we might want to do is clear out the ones that have failed or the ability to remove any that have failed in there. And one small change like that, it recognizes in several places. So it sees it in the components, which are the things that are being deployed on the front end. It sees that it should also be updated in the database. It sees that actually when it tries to update it, it's got an error, and then it actually fixes the error. So it does everything for you. Such a simple fix is actually quite complex on the back end. So now it says renews on Feb 27th, but we don't have to do any of the work. We let it do that for us. And it tells us the fixes that it's made. Ready to continue with phase 6 UAT when the page loads faster. Let me know when you can test the history page. And I'm going to say, yep, continue. So we're going to load the history page, and we already see that that loads. So if that's the first thing, navigate to dashboard/history, page loads, showing everything. Yes, it does. It's going to jump to the next test. Click on a generation card, and it should open a generation detail page showing full carousel of all slides. So let's click on one of these cards. And it has generate and then the ID shows all cards, shows post copy, shows original idea, and metadata. Yes, it does. And we can obviously click into those cards as well. And we see that it's got this next and previous. Slide, drag, drop, reorder. So can we slide it between those? And we can actually have a little reset button as well, which is brilliant. So yes, we can pass. Click the X button to remove a slide. Let's remove one here. And we can actually click reset. Changes will be applied to download only. Interesting. Okay, so it's not going to show if I go back and come onto this. It's just we want to remove a slide for the download. And that is a good example of how it's improved in phase 7, the user experience. So when I remove that, it will tell me this message. Changes will only apply to the download. Something that it seems so menial, but actually means a lot to the user using it because it gives clarity on what they're actually changing here. Browser downloads a PDF formatted at 1080 times 1080. Let's see what the download does. I think when we last time looked at this, it was kind of maxed zoomed. So yeah, this feels quite a lot. If I was to upload this to LinkedIn, would it look good? Let's have a look. So to upload these directly onto LinkedIn, you go to your profile, create a post, go to more, add a document. And what we are going to do is hit that carousel there, call it carousel. We'll be able to actually swipe through, and it actually looks pretty good like that. So do you know what? It's done a good job. It looked rubbish on the download, but actually this looks good in the carousel format. So I'm going to discard that. Give that a pass. So far, so good in downloads and history. This is why we wanted to run execute phase 7, because it would take a bit longer to run in the background, and it probably didn't really depend on this download and history page so much. Zip download downloads a zip file. Let's try it. Let's unzip this, and we have the individual slides. Great. So that's worked too. The copy post button. So do we get a notification when we click copy? Yes, we do. Copied. Let's go to paste it. Great. It does paste as well. Pass. This is a much more successful verification session than phase 3, where we almost had to redo everything. So when the complexity of the requirements is fairly minimal and you've got the correct infrastructure from the previous phases, everything starts to work a lot easier. The hardest part so far is making sure that actually it's correctly running the n8n workflow with the right inputs and capturing the right outputs. But other than that, it's been relatively straightforward. Click the regenerate button on a complete generation. It will open with a template/style section. So let's regenerate with different style. Template, image style, regenerate, bold, notebook, regenerate. Your new carousel is being generated, this nice little toast message there. And that has changed to 9 out of 10. That's changed to 9 out of 10. This is great. It's all looking really good, really user-friendly, really intuitive and simple as well. So without having to tell it what's a simple user flow, it's kind of looked at everything it's got in the past and created that simple user flow for us. And we can see that that's running as well. We do need to update the message to not say 30 to 60 seconds because it takes about 4 minutes, because it's quite a complex operation that, sends lots of images to Gemini there. Phase 6 verified, 8 out of 8 tests pass. Next up, phase 7. So let's verify work 7 now, and then we'll do the audit milestone to run back through the full project and understand where we're at across the whole set of milestones there. So phase 7 was all about the polish and optimization. So first test, toast notifications. That sounds a bit weird to somebody who's never seen a toast notification before, but it's the little things that happen in the corner. So when I copy something or generate an idea, let's regenerate with different style, for example. Let's do subtle. Let's do whiteboard diagram. Click regenerate. This is the toast notification. So your new carousel is being generated. That is a toast notification. So pass. And it will tell us also if there's an error in that. On the landing page, scroll to the testimonials section, see quotes with author names. So if we scroll down, it's now got a how it works section. Enter your idea, choose your style, get your carousel. Intriguing, it's got a demo. Oh, very cool. I like that a lot. Finally, a tool that makes carousel creation actually enjoyable. The templates are beautiful. I used to spend 2 hours on each carousel. And we can obviously click through these as well. And that's what it's asking. So pass. I like that. It's a nice touch to make this a bit more authentic. We would change the landing page. It's a bit boring at the moment, but for now, we're going to keep it as is. On the landing page, find the how it works section and click play demo. We're one step ahead. Let's click pass on that. And hopefully you've got some ideas coming through here as well for your own tests that map to some of these. Navigate to the dashboard or history page, see the skeleton loading animation while content loads. So let's sign in, let's go to history. And what it means is as soon as we click on any of these, like history or dashboard, you see these skeleton loads, which means it's going to look like the page at the end. So we go history and we see the loading symbol. Okay, it's going to show us some sort of skeleton to signify that it is actually loading. And that's a user experience thing to keep them on the content page. So we're going to pass that. Trigger an error. Try to generate with no credits. Toast shows a user-friendly message with helpful guidance, not technical error text. So to make this easier, I'm not going to run 8 generations and waste my credits. I'm going to go to the user subscriptions and I'm going to put that I've used 10 credits, and then I'm going to refresh the page. We're on the dashboard page. We've got 0 out of 10 now, and let's click create now. And we've got the monthly limit reach. You've used all of your carousel credits for this month. So, I mean, that's enough. We don't need a toast notification to tell us that we're out of credits, and it won't even let us get to the generate phase. If we go to the history, let's go on here. Let's try to regenerate with different style. Regeneration failed, monthly limit reached, your allowance resets on Feb the 10th. Okay, that's helpful enough. Hover over primary buttons. Button has a subtle scale animation when you hover over. So we see the hover over here. Let's go to something like the dashboard. Yeah, you can see that actually those buttons have an effect. Let's give ourselves some more credits as well. Onboarding tool. So clear the local storage and refresh the dashboard. So this time we're going to get an onboarding tool. Let's go Command Options I again, go to application. Let's clear our Carousel Creator onboarding complete. Let's clear that. Let's clear the active brand ID. Hopefully that doesn't remove our brand, but if we refresh the dashboard, is it going to give us a tour? Create your first carousel, set up your brand profile, all your carousel history saved, and then usage tracking. So we saw that before. That is a pass there. And by the way, I wanted to point out that in the history here, if you look at some of these slides and then compare them to the quality that we were getting originally, if we look at the quality we were getting originally, we've got this really intricate, detailed slides that we're creating with actual details on the page, with whiteboard diagrams, with, you know, these really nice step-by-step actions. And then we look at the ones that were actually being generated and they look pretty naff. You're like, oh, okay, they're okay. They work. I've just double checked in the n8n workflow and the inputs are what's causing this. So the better your inputs are, the better the outputs you're going to get. So if I put in, for example, created the brand properly and had an actual, you know, product slash service, actual audience, had more details around the brand voice, more details around the CTA, and then also in my idea inputs, it wasn't just a sentence, it was a whole, you know, transcript of a YouTube video, then actually I would get much better outputs. And that's what's causing the outputs being kind of okay at this point. versus the ones that we were getting inside our original n8n workflow, which had more detail in the inputs and therefore got better outputs. So yeah, filling out the voice guidelines properly, the product/service, and then the target audience. And let's actually do that quickly now to make sure that we've got everything correctly in there. So I'm going to copy in the whole voice guidelines, copy in the product and service. The brand name is obviously Simon Scrapes. Target audience will be small business owners who want to save time by implementing automation and AI or start an automation agency. And then the CTA is going to be share your thoughts in the comments below. And the brand color, let's change it to the FE3 E5A, which is the brand color I've got in here, I believe. In fact, we've got 3 colors in here. Let's add all of them in. So there's a black or a gray style. There's that pinky n8n style. And then we will add this last one, a white. So let's keep those colors. Let's call it Simon Scrapes as the brand. And then let's save the changes to that. Okay, voice guidelines must be less than 1,000 characters. Product description must be less than 500 characters. Not true. So I'm going to actually go now in the middle of these tests. It's saying anyway, we've completed and verified phase 7. With all the things we've done. So before we do the GSD audit milestone, I'm going to add in these comments. There are a few things in the brand inputs that I'd like to change. At the moment, voice guidelines and product guidelines only allow less than a certain amount of characters. But I think actually they can be as many as they want. So it shouldn't limit me to doing that. And we're going to get it to fix that because that is an issue, because it then means we haven't got our specific inputs, which will help us create specific outputs, if that makes sense. Now it says it's fixed those for us. We've saved that now, so confirmed it's fixed. And I quite like this. It's got the little colors of the brand up there. So now if we go to create, let's test out actually putting some decent things in there. And this also limits it to 2,000 characters, which I don't think it should do. But let's go into one of the ideas that we or draft posts that we've done before. Let's go into our ideas. Let's go into our archive. Let's copy this long YouTube transcript. And this might be a problem because it'd be more than 2,000 characters. And it cuts it off at 2,000. So again, let's fix this beforehand. Ideas should be as many characters as people want, not just limited to 2,000. It should have a scrollable box rather than one that just expands continuously down the page. So I don't want it to just be a really long box. I want it to, collapse into that. So let's get rid of that. Let's let it fix that. And then we'll come back and basically it's changing the schema to say that it can allow ideas of many, many more characters than 2,000. And that's because we have no limit in our n8n workflow. It just takes it in as context for the tokens. We probably want to put some safeguard on it. So it's not like somebody's not uploaded 10 million tokens, because that will cost us more. So let's see what it comes back with. The idea field will now have no character limit. The text area stays at 200 pixels and scrolls instead of expanding. So let's refresh the page, see if this is true. Okay, we need to copy that idea again. This is a YouTube transcript, so this is going to be seriously long. 13,756 characters. We can then have the scrolling box, which is nice. Choose the style, and we're going to choose subtle, and we're going to choose technical annotation. Let's choose subtle, choose technical annotation and realism, and we're going to generate the carousel. So hopefully, and whilst it's doing that, we'll get it to change this. This usually takes 30 to 60 seconds prompt. This usually takes 36 seconds. It sometimes takes 5 minutes. So update this text to reflect that. It's on the loading page for a generation. Let's get it to fix that. We should put in something maybe like a 15,000 character limit on the idea field to stop somebody putting in 1 million tokens, for example, unlimited tokens. This usually takes 1 to 5 minutes, so it's already updated, which is great. Got this nice loading page, your carousel is ready, and then it's going to take us to the carousel, which is hopefully a bit more detailed this time. So inside the dashboard that it's created, we'll go into the carousel and look at that. This is far better with more context. So it's all about the video that I created, n8n plus Claude code, how to build full SaaS apps in hours, not weeks. We can flick through on the little dashboard and we can see that these images are a lot better with the context that we've given it now about our product and brand. I spent an hour building a workflow manually. Claude code took my voice note and built the exact same thing in 10 minutes. And then it has a comparison, manual versus Claude code. It's got the image style spot on, which was the technical annotation style. So we've got intelligent editing. We've got the full stack. n8n has no front end. Claude code fixes that. Use n8n as your logic engine and let Claude build the UI, the database, and the payments, which is exactly what we've shown in this video. The GSD framework, AI loses context on big projects. The GSD, get shit done. Framework forces a plan, execute, verify loop, so Claude never gets lost. This is exactly what I took 15 minutes to explain in one slide here. And then we've got SaaS in a day. So we built a full app with Stripe payments, Supabase, auth, and GitHub history. Total time, 2 hours. Not quite right, but this changes how fast you can move. Perfect. So with that, we have a post copy. We have the original idea, which was the transcript of the video that we put in, and we're able to see all the metadata for everything we've generated. We see it completed 6 minutes ago. We've got 5 credits left. And we can upgrade credits whenever we want. We can create another idea. It will put us back into the generation stage, or we can regenerate it directly with a different style, which we've already submitted for it to do. So when we hit create another, it takes us to the idea portal. We enter any idea we want, or we can actually have specific ideas that are tailored to us. We can click on any of those ideas. It will insert it into there, and we will basically choose the different style of template. So we choose the bold, the dynamic, the subtle, or any ones that we add to our database. We choose an image style, so comic strip, storyboard, notebook, technical annotation, or realism. And then we obviously hit generate carousel on that, and it goes away and generates a carousel in better detail. So significantly improved. It's going to take 1 to 5 minutes to generate. We're going to add a limit in on the idea generation, have a limit of 15,000 characters, actually. Then let's move on. So we're pretty happy with that. We can move on then to the audit milestone stage, which will be all about going through the full project and basically working out, have we done everything? Is it ready for proper deployment onto a site and domain rather than hosting this on localhost? Whilst we look at that, we can look at the rerun from that idea that we just generated in a different comic strip storyboard style. 2 years experience of n8n. Building a content workflow manually took me an hour. And I like this little picture inside there. The AI collaborator, number 3, basically it's your human partner. We've got intelligent editing, the full stack gap. So n8n is a great engine, but has no front end. We already talked about that. I like this little car analogy. And then the GSD framework as well. So we've got a completely different image style there, comic strip style. And that looks really good, actually. One thing that we would want to add in the future potentially is the ability to add our own templates and image style prompts inside here. So maybe that can be an addition or extension of this project. Idea field now has a 15,000 character limit. Great. So let's go on to GSD/audit. Milestone. That is the correct one. Yeah, GSD audit milestone. Verify the milestone achieved its definition of done. So once we run this should now basically run through the project milestones and understand, have we met that definition of done, so that we can start actually deploying this on a domain. So it's done the milestone audit and it says 40 out of 40 requirements satisfied, all requirements covered, 7 out of 7 phases complete, 37 out of 38 exports wired. And it says there's a few things that we need to do, like email notification for failed payments, but we're not doing it right now. They're low severity and non-blocking. So we can basically complete the milestone for version 1. And what we can do then is actually get it online. So we see now a V1 milestone document as well that's been created, which goes through all of this, everything that we've put in V1 and what's been actually satisfied from a usage point of view. And I'm pretty happy with where we've ended up. So let's first ask, is deploying this to Vercel part of V1? If not, can we make it so? Or should we complete V1 and then deploy it? I want to connect this to a domain now. And then we also need to get set up proper payment infrastructure. So connecting the webhook not to a sandbox account, basically. And then we will ask that, and we will come back once it has an idea of like how we're actually going to deploy this to a website, because the final step now is just actually getting it live online, not having it on our local environment and using all the resources on our local environment. So it says option A, complete V1, then deploy, mark V1 as code complete. Deploy as an operational task, not a new phase. That makes sense. Keeps the milestone clean. Deployment is the act of releasing V1. Okay, that makes sense. I'd recommend option A. V1 is the built product. Deployment is releasing it. We can do the deployment right now without you needing to add it to the milestone tracking. For deployment, here's what we need to do. Connect to the GitHub repo to Vercel, configure environment variables, like our keys, basically. Add a custom domain, configure DNS records, and we're just going to use the custom domain that Vercel gives us. Create a production product. So we basically need to reconfigure the product if we were going to sell this, but because I don't want people going on and actually buying this product right now, I'm not going to configure the new product, and I'm not going to connect this to an actual payment window where people can use the product. Would you like to proceed with deployment now? Yes, proceed with deployment now. Complete the milestone. I already have a Vercel account, and I'm just going to use the built-in Vercel domain that it gives me. And actually, let's not bother setting up the production Stripe account. Let's keep it as a test account for now. But if you were to set this up and sell this as a product, you would set up that production Stripe account, and it would guide you through that process. But it's basically just going to be setting up the same product and price that we did earlier, exactly the same steps, but doing it on your live account and not on your sandbox account, and then setting up that new Stripe product, because in your live account, you're not going to have the product existing anymore. So you're going to need to set that up again. But everything else will work the same. So we're just updating the .env.local file, for example. And let's go to Vercel whilst we're here. And to remind you, Vercel is basically a way to deploy on the cloud. So we're deploying our locally hosted project onto the cloud so that we can actually use this. So I've got a login, if not sign up. It's a free account, and it will allow us to deploy very easily, and it will connect with our GitHub. So you can often either continue with Google or continue with GitHub, and that will just already have the connection between your GitHub then, which makes it a bit easier because you're just deploying stuff that's already on your GitHub, and any changes you push, you can then push to live as well. So it's saying we now have installed the Vercel command line interface in our terminal here. So again, we need to log in and deploy. So run this command in your terminal, Vercel. So we're going to need to open probably a new terminal again. Let's try and run Vercel. Of course, Vercel is not found. So actually, let's instead this time just ask it to run Vercel. Let's see if we can run Vercel in here rather than in a new terminal. And it's basically going to ask us to log in, answer a bunch of questions like, do we want to set up and deploy? What scopes do we have? Do we want to link it to an existing account? And then we're going to need to take our .env.local credentials and put them into Vercel directly, just to make sure it has access to all the credentials. Run this in your terminal. And I'll try running it over here again, but I don't think it's going to understand. Yeah, command not found. So let's just try and run it in the Claude Code terminal that we've got open already. And then we can actually it's already trying to run this for us. We can probably open that as well in the background. We're going to allow it access. So it's logged into our Vercel. Now let's deploy it on a new project. So it's already going to set up the project for us. And also, if you wanted to set this up and connect it to your own domain, you just go out and buy your own domain and then type in, I've bought this domain on this provider, like GoDaddy, for example. Walk me through setting up the DNS records for this domain, and Claude Code will find all the DNS records and guide you through that process of getting it onto a custom domain as well. And we can see it's a VS Code SaaS project 2. And it's obviously connecting it now to the GitHub account and doing all this deployment. So everything, this used to take, a couple of hours or an hour or two, maybe, if you were familiar with it. But now it's just super simple. It just connects everything for you, tells you exactly what you need to do when you need to do things. And even then you can tell it, can you just do it for me? And it will actually do it for you a lot of the time. Now, what you trade in speed, you obviously lack in visibility. So we haven't looked through all of the different code documents and we don't necessarily understand what everything does and the security implications of that. However, this is an MVP version that we're trying to just get in front of customers and prove that is possible in a short amount of time. It's basically blocking us because the author of this project is on a different email to our Vercel project. So we need to go to the deployments tab, click the 3 dots and click redeploy manually. So I can just go up here, go to deployments, and you might have none there. And I can actually click on to the deployment and redeploy manually, and it will be given this domain. So I'm going to redeploy that, and hopefully manually doing that with this user means that it will do automatically. You can obviously also follow the instructions here to actually connect this Claude Code instance as a Git author to match your Vercel account. The thing I've had here is actually there's a difference between my GitHub account and my Vercel account email addresses that are linked to it. So it said it's now deployed it on Vercel. We've still got an error when we go to the actual website address, but it might be because we've not actually added our environment variables to the production environment. So we need to make sure everything that was in our local.env.local file needs to be uploaded into the Vercel project so that it can actually pull from those, so it can connect to our Supabase, so it can connect to the n8n webhook to generate that, and everything like that. So we need to make sure that those are all in. So let's go to the environment variables in the settings here. And what we're going to do is literally add each environment variable. So you literally have to go through each of them. And I wonder if there's a way to add multiple. Import.env. And we'll click on import.env and we will go to desktop where we've saved the project. We'll find our .env.local file, which probably won't appear because it's a dot file. So what we have to do, let me get this correct. I'm going to type in show.env files on Mac. So when we're in the files, use Command Shift and the period. So let's import.env, go to our project, Command Shift dot, and we will suddenly see hopefully the env files, env example, env local. And what I'm going to do is open that directly, save it, and I'm not sure that has worked directly actually. Let's redeploy. Let's see if that's worked. I don't think that's worked. So the alternative is just go into your .env.local file. Okay, something has changed in here. Our .env file has updated and it's removed what we had before inside here. So actually now it's only got this Vercel token. Let's go back to our project and say, I've tried to import the .env.local file into Vercel. However, in some of the recent changes, it's removed some of the variables that we previously had. Can we pull these back into the file automatically? If not, we're going to have to go and get those secret keys, etc. again. Still getting the server error. So hopefully it can pull back, from the VS Code's local history, the .env.local file, so that we can just pull in everything we had already in there. For some reason, it overwrote it. And that is the potential danger of working with these. It can actually undo your work sometimes, but hopefully it has some history there. Let me restore the last good version. And what we will do is we will go back to where we were before, the environment variables. And actually, it's doing it for us. So we don't even need to do it anymore. It's actually decided to start putting them in for us. Supabase service role key, next public, Supabase anon key. Great. So we don't even need to do anything there. It's adding them for us. And just a reminder to obviously never share any of these keys. I'm going to have to go through and delete all of the keys that I've shared throughout this course, but giving people access to your keys will obviously give them access to your assets. So there we have it. Your app is live and returning 200, which is the success code. Carousel Creator is deployed at this website. So if I open that, I can see that it's now deployed live online. I can go to sign in. Let's try and sign in here. I can sign in. I can see I get the onboarding for the first time. Tells me my usage tracking. We have a dashboard here, which shows us where to create carousels. We can manage our brands. We can view the history. So we can actually go in and create a carousel. Let's click on any of these. Click on choose style. We can choose the different styles, which are all rendering correctly. So let's go for the subtle style. Let's go for the comic strip storyboard, and let's hit generate, and let's make sure that actually inside our n8n workflow, it's actually activating the flow. I mean, nothing should have changed. We've just deployed it to a website, and you can see that it is activating the flow. And in 3 or 4 minutes, it will come back and it will basically show us the carousel. So we can see a complete history of all the carousels that we've created. We can click through the individual slides in this nice layout in here, the 80-20 rule, the growth system, the 7-day build, the real payoff. And it's got consistent brand carousels that we can just copy, take straight to LinkedIn and post straight away. And it gives us a little bit of info that says you need to change this to a production Stripe account, like set up the Stripe webhook endpoint for production. I'm obviously not going to do that because I don't want people to see my production Stripe keys, but you would just follow the steps exactly like you've done before to set up the Sandbox account. And there you have it, a fully working SaaS product that you could go out and market and sell to others that you've generated by watching a few hours and going through the GSD framework. So if we just go back and look at everything we've learned, we've effectively connected our backend engine, which was an n8n workflow that we've built out in the past, to a Claude code interface, which is basically our orchestrator throughout this whole thing. So inside our Visual Studio Code application, we've had the Claude code orchestrating and actually taking actions and writing code on our behalf. By connecting through the MCP, the n8n MCP, we've been able to actually take actions in our workflow directly, but also we've understood the n8n skills as well, which are basically the definitions of how we interact with n8n. We've brought that all together with the most important concept, which was the GSD framework, which gave us that complete structure to plan, execute, and verify every single phase of our larger project. And that utilized the ask your user questions, Claude Code user feature to actually plan out in such detail, such great detail, that enabled us to actually verify each phase as we went along. And each phase had specific to-dos that we were able to action. We then finally brought that all together with GitHub to control all the different versions and also to deploy it as a live website on Vercel to an actual web address. So VS Code SaaS project 2.vercel.app. And you can, of course, connect that to your own domain. Now, we've learned a huge amount here. I hope you take away the learnings of connecting all these tools together and using the GSD framework to actually build out your own internal business applications or external business applications, because the possibilities really are endless when you follow that framework well. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good day.